shatter. Let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Vera barrage so quickly.
Oh!
And asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de baja gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We've got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Well. Hello, and what do we have here? Of course, the answer to that great question is going to be some fantastic contenders trials Overwatch here on Hell. For your guest entertainment is going to be Sir Waltham and Dryad. And today, for our first game, we're going to be tuning in with Last Hope and QARA. Dryad, how are we feeling?
Yeah, we're going to be having QARA against Last Hope, so that's going to be really, really interesting to see. I'm very excited to see what these two teams are going to bring. When we're looking at the standings and compared to other teams, they haven't really been doing that good. They have one victory, but they lost two, and they're just fighting to get a few more wins into their pockets, and it's definitely not going to be easy, but it should be a very even match.
Yeah, both these teams sitting at very similar statistical numbers there as we look. Again, the win-loss ratio pretty similar as far as those things go. And looking ahead as we look towards our next game, I am going to be bringing up that schedule here. It looks like our next game as we look ahead, going to be Noble versus Anteiku. So we will be seeing that here in a couple of hours. But before we get into that, we are, of course, going to be diving into the game we have in front of us, QARA versus Last Hope. Dryad, how are we feeling about these teams overall, aside just from the numeric standings?
Well, again, it should be a very, very interesting match. Both teams have recently had some changes from the side of Last Hope. Now they have Tree on the roster. It's a player that we've seen a little bit before, but not much of. So I'm very excited to see what he's going to bring to the table today. And on the other hand, and for the side of QARA, they actually took one of Last Hope's players recently. Neptune was before playing for Last Hope, and now it's in QARA. So we're going to be seeing also those friends going against each other. Should be very, very good and a close matchup like we were talking about before. And then again, now we're looking at the rosters, what teams are going to be playing for the side of Last Hope. True Noxious, like we were talking about, will be started. Fate and Train Cloud on that tank line. And for the supports, Autumn Souls and Micro.
And of course, for the side of QARA, it's going to be Cave as well as Anho looking looking on that DPS line. Skiz and Specs for the tanks, Madero and Neptune. Some names I'm fairly familiar with from QARA. I'm excited to see how they put up here against Last Hope.
Definitely. And just looking also at the maps is always the very beginning of how teams decide to play is going to be essential here. There's been a lot of different compositions that teams have decided to run with. And currently in trials and in an NA in general, we've seen that teams are more adapting to the meta that we've seen from the side of Europe. And we're going to start in Lijiang Tower. We know there's a lot of compositions that teams are going to be able to run. And at the end of the day, is more of a matter of teams adapting to the meta and time, which is one of the biggest issues that we've seen recently, but also playing to the strength of everyone. So I'm very, very excited to see if we can see this from two teams. Once again, they haven't been doing so well recently, but they can do it now.
And you dropped the big ol' M word there, Dryad, the meta. When you look at this patch, it's worth noting that for the specific Contenders trial matchups, we are not going to be seeing that 25 HP patch change go through. So Widowmaker is still going to be at the nice around 200. McCree, not quite up to that 225 yet. Do you think that kind of plays into the differences that we might see from the compositions otherwise?
Yeah, that's definitely something that we've considered. And for this team especially, even when the meta hasn't been figured out just yet, they like testing a few things. Sometimes there's certain teams that will make the changes initially and everyone else would copy them. So this might be one of the cases. Soldier 76 has been one of the heroes that we've seen more and more of recently. And it's not necessarily because he's going to be meta in the future, but he is currently good and no one has really figured out a way to counter it for certain teams. So once again, it's just a lot about adaptation, figuring out what works best for everyone, and then just coming up with maybe if we're going to be running the dive, that Wrecking Ball and the Diva, the Wrecking Ball and the Sigma, what works best for your team.
Yeah, certainly a couple of options. I know that on the European end, we're seeing a lot of the Tracer, a lot of the Soldier, occasionally the Echo. Overall, very exciting to hope that these two teams can bring it out. I'm very excited to see how these DPS lineups quite cope with that. But Dryad, before we get into it, we are still going to be waiting on these teams to get into lobby. So we are going to be taking it to a quick break, folks. Stick around as we begin QARA versus Last Hope. Lobby launched, casters are ready. We are back into it, hopping into Lijiang Tower, QARA versus Last Hope. We do see the nice old night market to start, Dryad.
Going into night market, and this is one of my favorite maps to see right at the beginning, starting with this control, just because of the variety that we always see. There are so many possibilities, so many things that teams feel comfortable playing with, and starting with these two teams, QARA and Last Hope, we definitely have to wait. I do expect to see a lot of Sigma coming through, a lot of that Wrecking Ball as well here. And this specific map is very important, always making sure that you can get a few builds, but also just being very disruptive into the backline, ideally what you want to do, putting pressure, and just like that, being able to take the map, getting that 100% that you want.
And already we see a little bit of compositional difference coming out here. Training Cloud and Specs differing on that tank role. Seeing exactly how it changed up, as well as Tree and Cabe difference, the Soldier versus the Echo Soldier. Be able to deal with the Echo a little bit better, but Echo so good at that spam damage. We see Faded creeping around on this Wrecking Ball, just trying to find that opening, and the Tracer versus Tracer battle forces out Anhu to use their rewind early on, taking up some point presence, but it doesn't really pay off as point hasn't even started to flip yet. Last Hope now getting the numbers advantage as they do take down that pesky Tracer, able to swing in a little bit more vigorously. The damage trying to come through. Micro just being at the gates, making sure that that Wrecking Ball can't come in and disrupt like they need him to. Last Hope does get the first flip. They start ticking it up, but QARA looking like a quick regroup.
Let's hope those take the advantage, but just like you mentioned, they will be trying to regroup and go again. I do really like seeing the compositions that these teams are playing. The support amp, the break, and the Zenyatta, a lot of damage, but also the peeling that you have to take care of for Zenyatta to stay alive. It's going to be really, really good to see. In the meantime, Last Hope does have the advantage for the ultimate economy. They're looking pretty good. Tree going very low, but it manages to stay alive.
Does manage to stay alive, keep up building that ult charge very close to the duplicate, given it was only one fight so far. However, it's going to be QARA who starts to make the rotation through the courtyard out towards the main point. Discord going to be going onto the Wrecking Ball, just driving them back a little bit, but again, Anhu losing the duel against Noxious. Cabe does find a little bit of return in death of Autumn Souls, but see if they're able to find anything with it beyond that. Throwing in the attack bias to help ensure those numbers. Pushing up ahead, but has to carefully navigate their way through a minefield, and now QARA starting to lead in with some of the kills. We see Anhu starting to climb in around the back, ready to perhaps dig into some of those less suspecting members. But it doesn't really matter as QARA now starts to get the point flipped over in their favor.
Really good initiation from the start of QARA. They managed to take the point, at least for just a few seconds, and they're looking pretty good. That rally is going to be ready for initiating the next fight, and ideally that's all you need for your team to play a little more aggressive. Their initiation was a little bit slower than expected, but it worked just fine. They had to use the tactical visor, and just like that, you're forcing everyone from the side of Last Hope to show their way back now. From Last Hope, if they want to use the duplicate to initiate, it has to happen now.
You see Skiz kind of rolling around in the back with the mines almost online. A very dangerous proposition for Last Hope, as they can be put in a very tough spot. Tree activating the duplicate gets taken out of it rather early, and who goes in for the pulse bomb doesn't quite connect onto the Zenyatta Autumn Soul. Still going to have that transcendence should their team need it. QARA now still trying to maintain some sort of point presence with the Wrecking Ball, but it's Noxus is able to deal a lot of damage to them if the Wrecking Ball is not careful. Transcendence does eventually get forced out from Autumn Souls to give their team that little boost right onto point. Autumn Souls getting jumped by the Wrecking Ball, but not focused down enough as they needed to be. We now look ahead. QARA looking pretty even. It's going to be trades on both ends. Cave actually getting knocked off the map by the grappling hook coming in. Actually, not the grappling hook. It's going to be Train Cloud getting him with the knockback from the orbs. We now see this brawl going both ways, but Last Hope comes out just a little bit stronger with quite a few members still left on the point.
They'll be getting more than that 60% aim to the point. Ideally, you want to play a little bit more aggressive, but if you don't want QARA to take the initiation again, that's a good way to start it. Take down Tracer. Now you have a little bit more time, and QARA needs to regroup. They use a lot of ultimates until the last fight. Flux has to be a big opportunity to try to initiate here, but it's not going to be easy. In the meantime, Last Hope does have a really good positioning here.
Keep an eye out for Anhu, who might be able to get the pulse bomb on to their opposing team. Although Train Cloud getting taken down early, definitely a good start as well. Might not even need that. Autumn Soul's just going to get booted right off the map, and now it's looking like QARA going to be good to retake this point without having to invest too many ultimates. Of course, that grab did go in initially, but Mines and Pulse Bomb will be available in the future, as now this point does flip at 99 to Last Hope.
Very even match so far. 99% for the side of Last Hope, but for the side of QARA, they don't want to give up just that, and the ultimate economy is looking very, very good for this team. Now, all they have to do is make sure that they get some early picks. Just like that, they should be able to also get to a 99 and take the victory. It's not going to be easy for Last Hope to take the initiation. They need their rally to come up very soon, along with the duplicate to make some damage.
They also need to be very careful. Skiz popping those mines right onto point, making sure that you might have the opportunity on to Last Hope. Last Hope actually eating a pulse bomb. Train Cloud holding that discipline to not walk towards their supports to receive that emergency healing, and it saves the Brig's life. Because of that, Micro's going to be popping the rally, leading their team in by the ears, trying to get this damage in. Going to be helped out by the Gravitic Flux, but it's going to be Orchid who drops the Transcendence, keeping their entire team alive. Gravitic Flux not finding as much as you might like, but now it's going to be Tree's turn to go in for the Gravitic Flux. Throws in the duplicate, gets it onto the Sigma, drops everybody down. Not able to find a whole lot, but it locks everybody down. For the side of QARA, puts them in a very uncomfortable spot, and there's not many members left. The point does flip for Last Hope. Gonna be the Tracer getting right on the point, though. Overtime does start to tick down as the Wrecking Ball tags in, gets burned down by Tree, courtesy of some sticky bombs, and because of that, the first point is gonna go over to Last Hope.
Keep just at the end on the soldier, trying to make something happen, trying to wait a little bit longer to stay alive, to wait for his team, but unfortunately it just didn't quite happen. But lucky for the side of QARA, they still have another chance. Now they have an opportunity to play other compositions. The Wrecking Ball is going to be essential once again for both teams, and it just depends on that initiation. We know this team, once you take the point, is not really easy to recontest, to try to take the point again from the other side. So I do want to see a lot of aggression coming through right at the beginning. That's why we're starting to see if they're going for Train Cloud and Specs playing Diva. Specs has a really, really good Diva. We've seen it over and over again on different teams, and it's just because of the aggression that he likes to play. And if QARA matches this aggression, they should be able to take the advantage here.
Once again, a few differences going to be coming through, mostly in the supports as well as the DPS. We're seeing that Sombra on the field, which means that Faded going to have to be a little bit more careful here. And is actually going to be getting an early knockoff onto Tree. I guess the flight not available from the Echo player, not able to get themselves out of that pit. A nice hack onto Micro, not able to reposition themselves or wall ride, not get that healing as well. And that's QARA in a very good position to take up an initial positioning on to this point. The Wrecking Ball bowling through, trying to get some pile driver damage, getting bullied around by the opposing tanks from the side of QARA. Does give enough opening for Last Hope to try to make some progress here, but the boot's going to be coming in from Neptune, taking down Faded once again. Leaves Last Hope a little bit lacking, and with Autumn Souls falling, the healing is now going to be mostly gone, with the exception of Micro. It's getting a little bit of a hello as they say goodbye. Pile driver just to clean up from Lucio. This will be the point flipping over for QARA.
A lot of action going on, but just like that, it should be quite kind of hard taking the point. But Last Hope doesn't want to give it up just yet. They are using the duplicate. They're committing as well with the coalescence from QARA.
Luckily, they're able to get Tree out of that D.Va mech without the bomb going off, as well as take them out of that duplicate form. Gonna be the D.Va trying to come in, but Tracer tries to drop the pulse bomb, doesn't quite find anything. QARA trying to hold on. They have managed to flip the point now, so they're just building up pure point progress with this Neptune. Dropping the sound barrier, catches 4 specs, immediately burned off the majority of it, taking a ton of damage throughout this fight. QARA trying to find any opening they can, both through the Tracer and through the minefields, but he's not really finding a whole lot of effect with their minefields. Spec trying to remech with the D.Va self-destruct. Not able to find it. The EMP not coming out as Micro's able to answer back with the sound barrier. Last Hope now really striking back hard, but again, this is all just in time built off the clock for QARA. They are doing a little bit of staggering onto point, making sure that they build up as close to that 50% as possible. It's going to be Skiz and the Specs as the few remaining members on point. D.Va does get burned off despite a Moira Orb trying to come in for some healing.
Really risky initiation that we saw from the side of Last Hope when they saw they wouldn't be able to take control of that point, but they decided to come in. They very early on use a duplicate, and just like that, they take control. But just like that, QARA did build up the 53%, so it's looking very good for them. They just have to build those ultimate abilities again. The coalescence to start should be running just a few seconds, and that's one of the differences that we see between these two compositions. They're going to see Micro and not themselves on the Mercy, just supporting a lot of the echo from Tree that has had a really good performance so far, but for QARA, having that coalescence from Orchid is really, really good as well.
And Tree setting up with the Sombra duplicate, looking to get an EMP early on into this fight. However, a lot of the damage being mitigated by the defense matrix means that the EMP is not going to be on as soon as it could be. Translocator goes out, the EMP onto Orchid, cancels the coalescence. And now it's going to be Last Hope trying to lean into this Neptune, taken down. Lucio not able to reposition their team, not able to heal him, and with this, QARA gets ejected away. Last Hope continues to hold.
There's so much action going on over and over again. A few picks that come from both sides, but it seems like, once again, whoever takes control of this one, they don't want to let it go, and it's going to be really hard for them to just give it up that easily. Faded does have the minefield to create more space to get to at least to the 80% that they want to have. And for the side of QARA, once again, another initiation that has to happen, ideally with that EMP coming through, but you do need to build the rest of your ultimates. At least if you can initiate with that EMP, then with that coalescence, you have the confidence that you might be able to take this point again.
As we look towards the EMP, we also have to look for the sound barrier. Micro doesn't get caught, hits the sound barrier onto 5. Everybody able to be kept alive through the majority of this EMP. Gonna be Faded, who throws in the mines, not too affected by this EMP, and who's doing a great job of just keeping everybody on that bridge, making it very dangerous to pass just by a lone Tracer with the backing of the rest of their teams. Now it's gonna be Neptune turned to drop the sound barrier, and Edu finally getting one up on Noxious in this Tracer battle with the Pulse Bomb, actually finding some successful kills. Specs getting the remix through the self-destruct as is necessary. It's gonna be QARA finally getting some point presence here, and eventually the flip.
They do take control of a lot of ultimate abilities that we saw using, but Anhu making the difference on the Tracer, getting a few picks, melting the tanks, exactly what you want to see from a Tracer performing at this level. But for the side of Last Hope, they have everything that they could need to take the point again. The duplicate from Tree, who has a really good performance, turning into one of the tanks, putting more pressure would be ideal for them, and Noxious getting a push from once again, everything that they have to take the point to get to the 100% that they need.
Are going to be initiating with this Coalescence, trying to focus on those aerial units, and Autumn Soul is going to take the brunt of it as that Coalescence prevents the Mercy from it getting res, because only the Mercy can res. Just like that, Last Hope pushed back for a moment.
They're going to play slow. They know they only need one fight. This is last fight territory for any of the teams to take the victory. They don't want Last Hope to take it, or they're going to take the entire map.
Last Hope immediately going through the windows with the Echo, with the Mercy, just trying to get some sort of contest on the point. Tree, once again, going to be going for the duplicate onto the Sombra. However, sneaking into the Wrecking Ball, not going to be able to build up as much ult charge as you might like. Tree trying their best, but taking quite a bit of damage. It's the Autumn Souls keeping their team alive on that Mercy. And so close for Last Hope being the flip, and they actually do get it. QARA not able to sustain any sort of point presence, and now Last Hope looking great for this. The EMP tries to come out from Cave, only catches 2. Raincloud does get D-mech'd, but provided they land their shot, should be able to build up that mech rather quickly. Noxious digging into the D.Va, forces out the self-destruct. Will give QARA a little bit of space on point and allow them to regroup in a solid unit. Now the pulse bomb coming in onto Tree might be crucial here. That Echo no longer able to do that huge spam damage, and with the Mercy going down, again, a lot of healing taking off the field. Mine's gonna come in to try to provide some sort of coverage. The question is, will Last Hope be able to capitalize on it? Coalescence coming out from Orchid allows a bit of healing as well as puts the pressure onto Last Hope. Pile driver from Skiz try to lock everybody down, doesn't find the damage that it needs. This is just one long giant fight, Dryad.
There's so much action going on. The Sandfire keeping everyone alive, but someone needs to die. One of the teams has to be down before, so that 99% can go to 100. And in the meantime, the opponent is taking that Last Hope.
These are very full team fights going on. Orchid getting focused down by the D.Va, eventually by Tree. Gonna be on to Neptune to try to hold themselves on the point as the lone staller. And the EMP try to come out. Cade lands onto a couple, but it might not be enough specs. And Cade gonna be the only members left standing. But again, another self-destruct coming out from Specs, able to buy a lot of time. And Cade takes down 2 in the meantime. A great opening here if the side of QARA can once again come in and get these respawns. It's also going to be a very similar situation for Last Hope, as Autumn Souls takes a bop to the forehead to be preventing any of that mass healing for Moyer to do, which means no more Coalescence. The same can't be said for Orchid, already has it online. As the pulse bomb, going to be looking for it to go, but not even going to need it. QARA gets the flip, and with that, it's going to be tied up here on Lijiang.
Just in the last second from the side of Last Hope, no one was going to be able to touch it. We're in a 1-1. That was really, really good from both teams, just staying on point. An extremely long fight that we saw at the end, and it just puts in perspective how these teams are playing, how much they want to win here. They don't want to give it up just yet. Everyone is coming over and over again, and it all really started when we saw from the side of the Echo turning into a Sombra, not really getting as much value even with the hacks because there wasn't any ultimate ability that they had to use anyways. And then the fight got extended more and more. Now coming into control center is a completely different composition. We know that for the side of Last Hope, they're going to be into that brawl style. Really, really good for this map, the Reaper ideally. And just like that, they should be able to take the advantage in comparison to QARA, but they do have the Moira to give them the coalescence, that initiation that they need.
Yeah, Tree now going to be the big target coming in from Cave. That Sombra can lock down a Doomfist, make him absolutely ineffective here. As we see Last Hope already getting very aggressive, pushing up towards the choke. Usually we see the points being taken before we see aggression like this, but it's going to be Last Hope who doesn't give a damn. They start to push ahead. Yeah, the Wrecking Ball is going to be on point, but Skiz immediately pushed off. It's going to be the Lucio slowly building up that point. Progress with Noxious there for the assist.
This should be enough of a hint for this type of card to switch into another composition. Ideally, you can make this dive, but the Wrecking Ball into D.Va work, but it's not going to be easy at all, especially when Last Hope already takes control of the point. It's really easy for them to just brawl over them. Take the advantage that QARA is going to be putting a lot of damage. If it's taken down, Neptune falls down immediately.
Yeah, Neptune got caught away from their team there. We're actually seeing the fire come out on the field. Don't see it that much on Command Center. As we look ahead, Last Hope trying to lead in. Cade gets taken down by a mighty punch from the Doom Fist. Now looking ahead, Last Hope still maintaining this point presence despite the changes that came out from QARA. QARA a little bit lacking in the ultimate economy, so no big surprise there. But Last Hope not having a whole lot of ults to lean on themselves in this fight, and who just having to try to land these direct rockets. Big hack on the Faded means that a lot of that damage can't be mitigated. Just gonna have to be healed up by the Moira. Autumn Souls using that Fade just to get back. Regroup, stay out of that QARA's line of sight. Now, they are going to be seeing the meteor strike coming in from Tree. The question is, will it land? Forces that far up out. Actually catches Orchid with the right click. The big punch coming through. QARA trying to play way outside the range of Doomfist. Not safe enough, however, Noxious now throwing in the Death Blossom just to help secure this point. Although, with the progress already building up, maybe you wanted to save that.
Like we were talking about at the beginning, Tree is a really good DPS, and he's definitely showing it here. We saw it on Echo, now we're seeing it on Doomfist, and pulling off Doomfist on the current meta is not easy at all, but he's definitely making it work. A few ultimate abilities to work with QARA, but honestly, we're in a position where I would like to see another composition. This doesn't seem to be working for them going against the Brawl. That Charlotte is going to be ready, that Grab is going to be ready, and it's not going to be easy for them to win.
However, it's going to be QARA who does manage to sneak by a flip here, as well as taking it down to Micro early on, although it is at the trade of Orchid. QARA has the opportunity to lean in with some of their ultimates. They are going to do exactly that. The sound barrier coming out, the mid-air grab coming through from Train Cloud with the coalescence from Autumn Souls, keeping everybody alive despite what that Rocket Barrage might have to say. Gets flipped back in favor of Last Hope. That may have been the one chance QARA had, and they didn't quite hold on to it as firmly as they needed to.
They use a lot of ultimate abilities. Now the only thing that they have is going to be the pulse bomb, and that Valkyrie doesn't seem like it's going to be enough when you're going against Last Hope Faded. Still has a Shatter Gun taken down very early on, and this is the last opportunity for them to touch.
Yeah, Faded goes for the Earth Shatter, lands onto Skiz. It's going to be enough to burn that Wrecking Ball down, make them have to retreat, but not enough to get the kill. Meanwhile, Cave going to be taken down, free that Doomfist. One shot potential, not quite in effect. Micro now on the chase with that Lucio, trying to keep their team up in the fray and in the mix. As we see them trying to amp their abilities, trying to give that big burst cooldown, big burst healing rather, for their team. It's going to be the minefields dropped from Skiz. It's going to be QARA trying to make it happen. They need to get some sort of kills though. The kill on the Faded is a good opportunity. The Death Blossom coming out from Noxious doesn't net too much, as a lot of it was eaten by Specs in that Diva Matrix. Now, smartly playing within the minefield makes it very painful for any of those closer range characters to have to tuck in. It's going to be the Coalescence from Autumn Souls, helping clear out those minefields as well as put the damage down onto the opposite team. And eventually, Who does fall, and now it looks like the rest of QARA is soon to follow suit. Lucio barely able to touch as his baby Diva. To clean up eventually, but Cave actually gets the 3K with the Pulse Bomb. That was the biggest play that could have been made. The remake now coming in from Spec is gonna be looking to try to clean up Micro with their tank friends, but might not be enough. Orchid now gonna be able to re-bolster their team with some sort of healing. That's Zarya dangerously low, and who still holds on to this Rocket Barrage. Will they use it just for the Wrecking Ball? It looks like they will. However, Wrecking Ball is gonna be activating those adaptive shields. The point does flip for QARA, and this is Bedlam.
Okay, but what a pulse that I just witnessed. That was so good. Just making sure that they're able to play the point. It was about to be over. Everyone's getting taken down from the side of QARA. There was absolutely nothing they could have done. But just like that pulse one got 3, and they take the point. They have another chance here. Trainfall is going to have that Guardian Surge here, but it's not going to be as easy once that QARA does have that momentum going for them.
But on the flip side, Neptune drops Sound Barrier a little bit earlier, but it doesn't matter. Even though the grab goes out, Drinkcloud and team not quite able to capitalize. QARA now looking very dominant in this fight, even after the grab.
You're looking really, really good now. It seems like that's exactly what they needed, that energy burst that they needed for them to take the advantage here. Orchid, once again, is going to having that Coalescence, and also is going to be ready for the Blast of 4, so that initiation is going to be very, very risky, making sure no one is taken down so early on. QARA does have the Minefield as well to take the stage, and ideally, that's all you need to get to a 90%.
Autumn Souls popping that Coalescence as they do have it right out of the gate. And Who getting hacked out, not able to use the Rocket Barrage. And Autumn Souls turning this around with a very well-placed Coalescence. Of course, the rest of their team going to be giving them some support there. Looking to be that front line so that Moira Coalescence can absolutely do its work. Skiz gonna be the last member trying to stall out on point with the spin to win. Not quite finding it though. Last Hope slowly climbing up towards that point flip, but QARA still definitely coming out with quite a few point ticks of their own. The Sound Barrier coming in from Micro just to stall out this point. And now we're seeing the last few remaining members from QARA as these spawns are starting to get more and more staggered. The point does flip over time, closer to burning down. It is going to be the Moira and the Tracer both trying to touch. Eventually, one of them makes it. It's going to be Orchid on that Moira. That buys enough time for Skiz to get there. You see a few remaining members. This is not ending, Dryad.
There's so much action going on. Everyone in the overtime just seems to wake up a little bit more, taken down. No one else at the end is able to touch. Last Hope does take this first map, but that was insane. So much energy going on for both sides. And it was once again Cave with a pulse bomb that made another opportunity for his team. And unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough, but it was way too close. And this just makes us very, very excited for what we're going to see next.
Yeah, I mean, there was not a point in that game where I was, full of breath. It felt like I was just always on the edge of my seat for every moment, Dryad. I mean, how much can you praise a Tracer triple kill with the Pulse Bomb in overtime when your team absolutely needs to capture the point? You can't praise it enough, in my opinion.
It was just perfect timing. It seemed like they were giving up. Like there was no one else who was going to be able to touch in time. Everyone was taken down. There was only 2 of them in point, one of them being Cave and getting a 3K. Just like that, they were able to take control. Then Zarya allowing to create a little bit more damage. So that was really, really good from the Zarya QARA. What a fight that we just saw, not only here at the end, but in every single map is when it's going to overtime. Everyone just wakes up. There's so much action going on, and especially because of QARA's composition that they decided to go with. They had those heroes to come by fast, the Tracer, the Diva, and once again, I think we do have a big opportunity for them to make the comeback in the next map.
And that next map, of course, will be Rialto. An opportunity for me to catch my breath, but I kind of doubt it given how much Echo, how much Pharah we've already seen. I love that first point potential for those high-flying characters here, Dryad, but as we move towards that second and third point, perhaps not as likely. Back to that frenetic action that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, and once again, in Rialto, you can play other compositions. There is maybe that sniper potential though. You might see a Widowmaker in hand, so it's not very common currently. But some teams decide to go with the risk, and I would say if it's going to be one of them, it would probably be the side of QARA, where from beginning to end here on the last point in Lijiang, they decided to force a composition that wasn't really made up for the specific for control center. When we saw the Wrecking Ball, that Diva, I was calling before, maybe you should have run Zarya and had a little bit more of a chance here, but it seems like they have those comfort picks that they want to run with. So if we're going to be seeing something from them coming through that isn't expected, it would definitely be from this side.
And I kind of want to point out a little bit of a Tracer difference here. I feel like early on I pointed out Last Hope seems to be, when it comes down to a Tracer versus Tracer duel, it seems like Last Hope is just slightly edging out over QARA. I believe they're winning a few more of those Tracer fights when, if you take down that Tracer, that is a lot of burst damage that can get onto your supports, and if she's gone, your supports can breathe a lot easier, so a huge advantage for Last Hope, and I think something that QARA is definitely going to have to be aware of.
And the first kill that we saw coming into this match was Noxious killing Anhu. So that is already a statement of how this is going to go through. And Anhu was doing really good, but anything could happen here. Once again, like you mentioned, that Tracer duel is going to be interesting to see. And Last Hope is actually running with 3 on Genji. How is that going to work for them?
It's going to work, I assume, through the blessing of a nano boost in the Dragon Blade, but we will see exactly how Last Hope plays up until that point. As we can see, Faded getting positioned up, goes in for the supports, immediately caught out. That is a good dive coming in from Last Hope. Tree getting caught out, however, a little bit of the stun or lockdown coming through there. But already Last Hope having a good opportunity. Anhu again Anhu this time taking down Noxious. Micro does get the res, although it is going to be a quicker spawn coming in from Last Hope, so they will have the opportunity to bleed in here, get the movement really fast, although they keep suffering losses. The same can be provided to QARA. So Skiz going down on that Orisa, not going to be able to provide you that large shield benefit. Specs might be able to do a little bit, but Sigma not as good.
And this is one of the things that we were talking about the other day, where we were discussing how much value a Genji can get. Is very, very questionable. With Free has done an amazing job, really good positioning all the time, making sure he's not getting picked. And he knows that playing Genji has a risk. His team has to enable him for success, and that's exactly what they're doing.
I see Tree looking for those big opportunities here, and because of that, already close to building up a Dragon Blade. The tactical buys are coming out from Cave just to try to hold this for the defensive side of QARA. Cave gonna be finding 2, Noxious and Micro, both taken it down. Looks like they were attempting to help out their teammate in Tree, but not quite finding the success, as Tree is the only one to walk away. I say walk away as Cave puts a couple of bullets through their body, sends them back to spawn the good old-fashioned way.
The Last Hope has everything to take the advantage here to take that first point that they want to get. Tree does have that Nano Blade will be coming through from their side, and also if you can get a little bit of extra support from Micro, that would be ideal to get a few kills to push it forward. QARA is trying to hold, is trying to be very careful. You can get stunned really quickly, but Neptune is one of the possibilities. So once again, this kill that we can see from Tree has to come through now.
And who actually putting enough damage into Micro where they feel they have to force out that Valk. Now going to be the Genji Blade into the Nano, but it's going to be Specs responding with the Gravitic Flux. Doesn't quite catch too much on the Tree. Tree, however, does take enough damage. They have to back off, gets a couple of kills to their name, but not enough for the side of Last Hope to really push through. QARA so far looking dominant when it comes to the kill feed, as well as this positioning. Now they are chasing Last Hope.
Again, you're doing everything that he can, but he gets a rock to his face, gets taken down now. There has to be another regroup that has to happen for Last Hope. They did use quite a lot there, but they still have a few opportunities. They're going to not be playing the Genji anymore. I do like this chain. Tree is going to be on the Ashe. A little bit more damage that can come through, especially if you can get support from Micro. But for the side of QARA, they have the confidence. They will be pushing forward here on the double shield.
As now we see Skiz has this turbocharger ready to drop it, give their team that necessary boost that QARA might absolutely need here to continue with this defensive hold coming through. Faded will have the minefields coming ahead, might look to cause a little bit of disruption for the side of QARA. Faded gets taken down while they're activating the minefields, but it looks like already the side of Last Hope is starting to hemorrhage more and more of their members. The grab goes out. Train Cloud actually killing themselves with the right click. That Proton Bomb coming in, landing onto them. And now it just looks like QARA on a quick cleanup, and we're getting into last fight territory.
Only 25 seconds remaining for the attackers to make something happen, and it's definitely not easy for QARA. They're pushing forward. They have the confidence going. That Bongo is going to be ready. That Tactical Visor as well. Everything that they need to create space to create some damage and to take the victory here.
Tree trying to fight with that Ashe on the high ground, but taking a little bit more than they could chew. Cave taking them down with a couple of headshots. Now going to be activating the attack visor, holding everybody down, but it's going to be Skiz, Specs, Anhu, and Cave who are all claiming kills to their name, as now this defense starts to look a lot sharper for the side of QARA. They got their line in the sand.
That was very tough to see from Last Hope, and that initial Genji, it seemed like it was working. He was getting a few picks, but QARA was really good at still staying in their place even when a few of them were taken down. Really, really good job. And now for the attackers, they have the easy job. They just have to push the payload a little bit to take the victory. It's not going to be a lot. Just winning 2 fights, that should be enough for them. They have everything that they need. And for Last Hope, I think it was more of trying to see how Genji was going to work for them. But in the current meta, in the current patch, you're going to get stunned. You're going to get a rock to your face every single time you play this hero. And it's just not a viable pick. So they're definitely going for something else. It seems like they might be running with the Echo. I do like seeing this definitely more than Genji. And the Ashe was... the change happened a little bit too late for them to be able to get something out of it. So for Last Hope, they do have the tank lineup. They're going to be on the Roadhog, on the Sigma, a little bit above neutral, talking about what we've seen from other teams. It's possible to make this through. They just have to hold. They can't get taken down. The support lineup has to stay alive the entire time.
We'll see if they can do just that. Tree gonna have to be very careful. Already, Cabe, we've been shown to have a pretty sharp shot, so that soldier might put some pain on that flying target if they're given the opportunity. But as these doors open, we're going to see exactly how QARA roll out on their first attack. Best way to make a first impression, I always say. Now as we look ahead, Cart slowly making its way down the street. Ready, but Anhu definitely not giving any time to rest, looking for those openings. Perhaps finds out that Tracer, but going to be avoiding Noxious for the time being. They don't want to quite take that Tracer 1v1 just yet. Now going to be Cave trying to push upwards onto this high ground. A great spot for the soldier, but going to be a rough one to push into. Now the DPS for the side of QARA be grouping up, trying to give themselves some cohesion through that unity. As now Last Hope continue to suffer some losses. Micro getting taken down means a lot of that AoE healing not going to be available for Last Hope, will be there for QARA. And now, with the both supports down for Last Hope, all QARA has to do is make this fight last a little bit longer, keep their DPS healed up. And that's the resource that Last Hope is not going to be able to have, and are already maneuvering this card quite a ways.
It is not going to be easy to recontest. It seems like QARA is going to take this victory for their side. The rally is going to be ready. Last Hope has one last opportunity. Might be Tree on the Echo trying to get some value.
Does find the soldier, so already has gotten a little bit of value, but somebody needs to get to Cart. Specs gonna be taking on Tree, who's trying to hide in the corner, but the blast radius is a little bit too strong. You see Anhu with that pulse mine, but will they need it? Will they lean into it? Is certainly going to be the question here. Noxious taken down. The pulse bomb goes out, does land onto Micro, or lands roughly around Micro. Enough to do the damage, however. And Anhu heard us talking a little bit earlier. They're looking to put down a performance. And just like that, Rialto goes to the favor of QARA. We're tied up.
And who did that 30k at the end, doing really, really good. And just like that, they take control. That was a really fast Rialto. We didn't see second. We didn't see third part of this map, unfortunately. But that means that we're not 1-1. So anyone still can win here. That was what we were talking about at the beginning, how these teams were so close. Not only when we were looking at a table, looking at the scores that they had in the past, but also just taking into account that those first fights that we saw from them were already an indication of how the match was going to go. And it just couldn't be more closer. I want to see a little bit of a comeback coming from Last Hope. They were struggling at the beginning, but it was just a matter of the composition are really working for them. They have a really strong DPS lineup that might be able to make the comeback, but playing Genji, once again, is not going to be the solution.
It was a rough look from Last Hope, but they'll always have another opportunity as we go into Volskaya here. But before we do, that's going to be on the other side of the break. So stick around, folks. You're not going to want to miss it, especially with a map this tied up.
shatter. Let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Vera barrage so quickly.
Oh!
And asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh, no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had your opportunity to grab your water, grab your snacks. I know I needed a little bit of sip after all of the shouting and screaming we had before the matches were over, particularly Lijiang looking pretty gritty there from both sides, Dryad.
It was even the entire time. It wasn't just a control that got to 99 and the other team took over. It was the percentage going back and forth. There's so much action going on. We already talked about this, and everyone has done a really good performance so far. We have to highlight the DPS lineup from both teams. Everyone just trying to do anything to take the advantage, the tracers, the echoes, even the Genki at the beginning that didn't get as much value as we wanted to from the side of the Last Hope. But still, it just shows that the level and the possibility for them to have and play any hero that the team feels comfortable with. But now, the last map that we saw from the side of for Rialto, it wasn't very good for Last Hope. So they probably had enough time to talk, to figure out what went wrong, how they can start with the proper composition and take the advantage here.
And I mean, that's certainly what you're gonna need to do. I mean, Rialto, Lijiang was close, right? We went to 99-99 on, I think, 2 maps at least. One of those had a 90-second overtime, I'm told by our producer, which is insane, ridiculous for those of you who don't know like the standard Overwatch timings. That's a lot. That's a lot of time. But Rialto was just kind of one and done. You mentioned it. We didn't even see the back 2/3 of the map. That does not lean well in Last Hope's favor, at least in terms of their mentality.
It was not close, and once again, it's not because QARA was definitely taking the advantage over and over again. It was more of a difference in composition. When we saw Last Hope going into more of that closer mirror matchup against QARA, they were taking the advantage over and over again. But here, when we saw a few differences, like we were talking about the DPS, the supports, that's when we started seeing QARA being more dominant. And that's how they managed to try to make the comeback here. They're doing really good so far. But once again, there's a lot of question marks into who is really going to be the highlighted team, because they feel comfortable playing different things, but that doesn't mean it's always going to work for them.
I mean, you can play the bravest composition in the world, but it never guarantees quite anything. So you're always going to be feeling a little uncomfortable when you try something new and it just doesn't work out in your way. However, these teams still going to be figuring out what they want to try. We are still waiting for them to get back in lobby, get things hammered out. So we will be back here after this short break. Stick around. Hello and welcome back, everybody. No waiting this time around. We are going straight on to Volskaya. It's going to be Last Hope starting off on the defense. QARA starting on the offense, tied at 1 apiece. So this map might start to change the complexion of the scorelines here, Dryad.
Especially because this Volskaya, out of all maps, I think this is a very defining factor of how teams perform on the defense and the attack. Is very, very important to have a really strong of both. I do like every single time that I see this map, I do like thinking a little bit of that Zenyatta play. I think it's so important coming through here. And it seems like for the side of Last Hope, Autumnselves will be playing the Zenyatta. This is going to enable them to, for the Sand to either work as a bait and making sure that QARA is just trying to dive into him, and then Last Hope is able to come back and take him down. Or, well, she's having some fun there. But it's a lot of aggression that you can put in having the Discord roll as well. It's going to be really, really good for this team on the defense. Not going to be easy, but I do like that they're holding on this high ground. Teams usually have to hold it a little bit closer, which is not an ideal situation, but Last Hope making the right steps to take the victory here.
We'll see if Last Hope's able to leverage this positioning appropriately, as we can already see Noxious kind of off in the corners, waiting for those juicy targets to come through. But with QARA taking this wraparound to the left side, presumably onto this high ground, not going to be providing too many openings for Noxious. It's going to be Last Hope to meet QARA here on this little turn. It's going to be a big pile driver coming in from Bandit, who takes a lot of damage, but the shield's gonna be coming through. Adaptive shield's gonna be coming through, allowing them to survive that with just a little bit more resilience. Last Hope so far successfully pushing QARA away from this room. A great opportunity here, as usually we see the teams that come onto the attack take this positioning rather easily, and who getting taken it down means QARA might be able to be a bit weakened here, but with Train Cloud going down as well, it's looking fairly even from both of these sides. QARA now going to be taking a little bit of a breather while they perhaps wait for Skiz to find an opening.
Of course, have QARA, they need to be very careful with this initiation. Was 12 gets taken down. Noxious doing really good on the Tracer, being very aggressive, being very disruptive like you're supposed to in this character, but QARA definitely taking the advantage now.
QARA finding the 2 kills that they need to perhaps move themselves forward. Micro gonna be taking it down. That means the Wrecking Ball of the Tracer gonna be able to move a little bit freely as now QARA slowly start to surge the rest of their players onto point. They just fire a lot of damage down that one small choke that Last Hope's not even gonna try to beat.
And he really did like the slow initiation from the side of QARA. They weren't playing too aggressive, and going into the high ground is such a close space that they needed to make sure they didn't get taken down. That's exactly what they did. They were just playing to push everyone off from the side of Last Hope. Now they have a lot of time, 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining for them to get the second. As double potential might happen. They just need to build some ultimates in the meantime to hope that might enable them to do so.
Noxious has the Pulse Bomb, trying to deal a lot of damage out on Skiz with that Wrecking Ball. However, the Brig does come out and force Noxious away for a moment. Cave trying to turn the corner, not going to be allowed as Tree finds the few shots remaining as that Soldier did have such low health pools. That's going to be Tree with the Tac Visor. Will they opt to fuse into this room? Maybe the Sigma trying to zone them out, keep them from taking those wrapping angles. Now Noxious seeking into, and Human takes them down once again. QARA coming out a little bit inferior on that Tracer v Tracer duel. And Last Hope been holding up in this room for what feels like quite a long time, holding up in these upper rooms rather. What feels like quite a long time, but it's going to work for him as QARA gets pushed away.
A lot of ultimates from QARA though, almost 6. They're just waiting for Neptune's rally and something that they will be able to push for. Last Hope though is looking very, very similar. The only difference is waiting for Treycloud to get his flux. So this is going to be a lot of ultimates coming through who's able to take the advantage in them. And the first ultimate that is used, that first initiation, might be the key that QARA needs to take the advantage.
Faded trying to get some early damage with the grappling hook onto the Sigma, but not going to be quite connecting with Specs as much as they need to. Trying to knock back the attacking team, but they don't find too much. Is almost taken down. In fact, I do believe is taken down from the respawns. Traincloud has the Gravitic Flux. And it's going to be Specs who initiates with it, however, and then attack visor coming out from Cave, trying to deal the damage on the attack. It's going to be QARA so far leaning into some of these kills. They have to carefully navigate around this minefield, however, as it is blocking up the majority of that front entryway. However, the high ground held by QARA allows them to just have that Wrecking Ball on point while the rest of them provide that cover. It's going to be the Bastion coming out from Noxious, however, looking to just set up, deal barrels of bullets towards their opponents. And although it wasn't necessarily the Bastion who led Last Hope there, they're going to take it and hold this defense so far.
And there was a lot of control from these two teams going into that fight. They knew exactly what ultimate abilities I had to use for the Flux. It was the Transcendence coming through to initiate. It was both the rallies. So they definitely had the right idea. But for QARA, they need another chance. They will be going into this double shield composition to enable them to play a little bit more aggressive, to have that protection as well for the DPS. For Soldier, who might be taken down so easily very early on. Tree, though, on the other hand, does have the Tactical Visor, so you definitely need to watch out for that.
Tree does have that Tactical Visor, but as we look at these front lines for QARA, quite a bit of damage going out, and who actually getting their Pulse Mine eaten by the Sigma. Traincloud doing an excellent job there, and who trying to hop onto that Soldier, give a little bit of disruption through, but Noxious going to be on the chase, despite the fact that the Rewind comes out. A lot of kills coming through, but it's Last Hope who's leaning in just a little bit more. This serves the defense very well, as the attacks still have yet to get that first tick. Tree closing the kill with a Helix Rocket. Now just going to be looking to clean up anybody they can find on the exit.
Exactly as we expected. Tree is just killing everyone right now. Definitely destroying this team, and now they still have a lot of time. 2 minutes around remaining for this QARA to make something happen, but Last Hope has had a really good defense so far, and now they just have to wait for the initiation before they're able to do anything else. QARA needs to build those ultimate abilities, that tank abilities that are going to enable them to initiate very early on. It's not going to be easy for them. They need a few more fights to take the advantage. They can't get picked over and over.
Wondering how Autumn Souls is going to look to use this Transcendence, as perhaps we lean into this next fight. Might not even be necessary the way Last Hope has been playing with these early kills. However, it's going to be the Attack Visor that has the potential to come out from Cave, and with both of the Mercy and the Echo going high into the air, puts them in a quasi-vulnerable position here, but Cave is not quite able to find the appropriate angle as is needed. A lot of damage going out onto Tree, immediately followed up with by Cave. Now the Transcendence does come out, but this time it's going to be from Orchid. Autumn Souls does follow suit, taking a copy from their own book, looking to lead in. Cave caught by the cluster bombs, and who tried to hop onto these off supports. Not quite able to find it though, does buy QARA a little bit of space. The Echo has to do something, has to be that damage dealer. Gravitic Flex from Specs lands right into Faded. Faded taking down that Roadhog. Again, that one-shot potential going to be mitigated from the field. Now, QARA has the opportunity to start building up some progress. They've gotten that first tick. They're building upwards to the halfway mark. The second tick being achieved, but we hear the Wrecking Ball coming in. Doesn't quite go in for the pile driver. Actually, a nice catch on the shield from Train Cloud for the pulse bomb. Gonna be draining that resource from An, who does eventually take down the Sigma, but cost them a little bit of time. Although time's the factor that Last Hope needs to burn off as efficiently as possible. Could be Noxious hopping again once on the Bastion, hoping that they can make it save them this time around, but it cannot.
Noxious going on the Bastion right at the end. Definitely interesting to see, but QARA will be taking the advantage here. They have some time left, and that's all that you can expect sometimes from Volskaya. 16 seconds remaining, and I really like, once again, seeing that Zenyatta getting a few kills at the end, that this core orb going into the Wrecking Ball, making it a little bit harder for him to get as much value as he wants to by creating space, because he's going to get taken down instantly. And now, when we see the side of QARA on the defense, if they're able to also pull the Zenyatta that we actually saw in Lijiang, that would be an ideal situation for them. And it's not going to be easy holding into this first point. I don't think there are many cases at this level of Overwatch where we're seeing teams being able to hold this first point for those 4 minutes. But it's definitely possible. QARA just has to make sure that they, even when they're defending, they're making those first initiations, taking the advantage every single time. And for Last Hope, it might seem that they want to run a different composition. They want to see how this is going to work out for them. They are hinting that they might be playing the D.Va, that Wrecking Ball, creating a lot of space, taking the high ground more importantly. And just like that, they should be able to get a few picks for yourself.
I get a little bit nervous seeing these compositions or seeing this composition for QARA. Cave on that Soldier, gonna have a harder time hitting Noxious and Tree on the Tracer and Sombra respectively than they would in Echo. Curious to see how that plays in here.
Yeah, and once again, the Sombra being played out, there's a lot of discussion going on about how viable Sombra is right now, and we haven't really seen a team that has done a really good job playing this hero before, but it's definitely a possibility now. In this current meta and the current patch, everyone rather plays a Tracer rather an Echo, and actually, yeah, we're going to be seeing Tree. You change the composition, they're going to be in the Echo, taking a lot of space. In the air, being a little bit more disruptive. Ideal situation for them. I like that they make these changes right before the match even starts.
If you're Cave, you're definitely going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable against your matchups now. We are seeing Last Hope try to put some pressure onto QARA, who holding a very similar high ground to their opponents last time around. And we see Tree just trying to pepper in some of those sticky bombs, the cluster bombs, if you will. The duplicate can be built up rather quickly if you're able to land a lot of those in quick succession. Noxious being kept in this small room, knows that they want to make the dash at some point, but they may just be waiting. Faded tries to go in with that Wrecking Ball, but immediately caught out, stunned. Accreted, however, not able to be brought down. It's going to be Skits, who does find the first kills onto Autumn Souls. Focus be trying to come out from Tree to deal that beneficial damage, but instead the only thing we're going to be seeing on the board, or on the kill feed rather, is going to be Skits. Neptune finally clashing out with Tree, and QARA so far start off with a decent first defense.
Doing really good at the beginning and just holding into the high ground. More importantly, that's ideally what you want to do every single time. For this side of Last Hope, we saw Autumn Souls get taken down very early on, and that's one of the risks that you take when you played on the attack. We saw they did a really good job on the defense, but when it comes to attacking, any bad positioning from the Zenyatta is going to get punished, and Micro has to be there to peel for him, and in tough situations that might not happen every single time.
Now it looks like Last Hope going to be taking a little bit more of a decisive route right onto that right side. Going high. Noxious, however, still creeping in the back, ready for any pulse bomb openings that might present themselves. Instead, going to be directing themselves right onto point, taking the duel with Anhu, doing quite a bit of damage. Anhu not going to be able to heal it up as immediately as they might prefer. Skizz going to be throwing in the mines, but taken off the map by Faded. Already points progress starting to tick up for Last Hope. Pulse bomb goes out from Anhu, doesn't connect onto too much. Tree throwing in a duplicated Gravitic Flux, coming on a line and able to relieve a lot of that damage onto Train Cloud. Gives the tank some breathing room for the side of Last Hope. Now it's going to be a second Gravitic Flux, not able to capitalize too much on it. However, Cave has this high ground, has the attack visor, a dominant position for QARA if they're able to just maintain some more of this damage. They also do put some members on point, making sure that it doesn't go beyond 70%, given over to their opponents in Last Hope. So far, it's going to be hemorrhaging members for the side of QARA. It's going to be that Wrecking Ball on point. Almost doesn't have too much that they can do. It is only a matter of time before Last Hope cleans up the few remaining members, including this Wrecking Ball. Going for the pile driver, but not fighting much off the back end.
And at the end, they will be trying to get the point. The Tracer are also trying to be a little bit disruptive, but at the end, Last Hope will be taking this first point. Still has a lot of time to get to second, and now they do have their rally to initiate. They have a little bit more time to prepare, and if they want to initiate right on, they have all the opportunities to do so. And Neptune though will be also coming in with his own rally, so it gets a little more challenging.
Gravitic Flux coming out from the Specs is doing excellent on this ball, finding those incredible openings on this attack so far, or on this defense so far. Does take down the Zenyatta. Pulse Bomb goes out, lands right on a tree, and who able to get the capitalization here. Rain Cloud and Micro both getting thrown off. Faded may have thrown themselves off, but either way, 3 go into the pit.
And the biggest highlight so far from this side of QARA on the defense has been Skid on this Wrecking Ball, has pushed everyone, has created a lot of space constantly, and that is what is enabling the team to play a little bit more aggressive, knowing that they will be able to get value out of doing this without getting picked. It's a really good performance. The Minefield is going to be ready again, so if they want to, for this side of Last Hope, is they want to initiate, they have the opportunity. In the meantime, and who does get taken out by Tree.
That's going to really have to be on the Last Hope to push this advantage. The respawns will come in very quick, especially considering it's a Tracer. Neptune takes down Train Cloud, so the defense strike back just a little bit, but they're losing more than they're gaining off the back end of this. Now it's going to be the duplicate onto the rally tree, trying to build up or duplicate onto the brig, trying to build up that rally as quick as possible. Although QARA already taken their wins, they've taken their victories, and now the respawns are starting to come back. It's that brig trying to get out of there, but Micro not going to be able to find their way out.
That was a tough fight, and a few ultimate abilities that were used too late for the side of the Last Hope. They didn't really benefit them. The duplicate, it turned into Brig, didn't really get as much value. The main healers that you want to have and everyone that you want to have there aren't really there to get any support from this ultimate. So now Last Hope fortunately does have another chance, 2 minutes remaining for them, but QARA in the meantime, the tactical advisor from the side of Cape is going to be ready, and Anhu is the one who sometimes gets picked right at the beginning, but it seems like he's going to be playing a little bit more carefully now, exactly what you need if you want to consume at least more time for the team.
We do see Noxious switching on to the Sombra. Might be looking to deal with Skiz. Might be hearing how much we're complimenting that Wrecking Ball and being effective. And it is going to be the Gravitic Flux coming out from Train Cloud, answered by Orchid's Transcendence. Now it's going to be Autumn Souls with the later Transcendence, giving their team a little bit more opportunity to push in. They have the healing advantage for the time being. It is going to be the first tick going up for the side of Last Hope, but the Attack Visor coming online. Might be doing a little bit more damage for the side of QARA. They did get 2 kills, but the respawns need to come in a little bit faster. Train Cloud, as well as Fade, is going to be trying to hold their own on this point. It's going to be the CPS coming online in as well. Gravitic Flux coming out from Specs. Robs Tree with on the Echo. It does start to turn things around for QARA. They're able to buy themselves quite a bit of time. And so far successful, although very close defense.
1 minute remaining, and they just need one last tick for them to go into the next round and to have another chance, but it's not going to be easy for this side of QARA. They have that rally almost ready, and Adam Thomas actually decided to go from the Zenyatta into a Moira, a little bit more viable, trying to stay alive and making sure that you don't get picked right away. The Pulse Bomb does get eating though, so this is a good start for them if they want to, but they don't have as much time left, only 30 seconds. This is one last fight here.
And who getting very lucky enough to get brought down to their knees after that Brig shield bash. We do see Last Hope now trying to push in here with any advantage they have. They have the EMP. It's going to be the minefield going out to start. Noxious throws in the EMP, of course, mitigating all those mines that might come out. The attack on the Tracer absolutely crucial, and who not able to dodge and dip with their ability. QARA now left at a man disadvantage, continues to hemorrhage players in that advantage. They are already up in the time bank, and to take down Autumn Souls. So the big healing that's capable from Moira going to be gone. And on top of that, Orchid now throwing in a Transcendence that gives for us QARA so much more healing. Going to be on coming in on the McCree, thinking that the Tracer not as efficient here in this situation. Gravitic Flux coming out from Specs just to lock down the point a little bit more. With that, QARA coming so close to losing it, but managed to hold Volskaya.
QARA does take the advantage now. We're in a 2-1 and they are on top. They're doing really good so far. For the defense that we saw at the end, it was just a matter of seconds for them to try to hold. And I did like seeing, for example, that McCree, that last pick, that opportunity at the end, anything that they could do to try to take the advantage, to try to hold it. When we go into that third, fourth round for Volskaya, it gets a little bit more of a matter of time and how much value you can get of your abilities. And that's not necessarily easy. And that is why they're very happy that they're able to take this only into a round.
I want to. We talk about these swaps here, Dryad, but we will be looking at Hollywood as our next map. Of course, there's a couple different strategies that we've seen throughout the, I guess, our time of Overwatch as Overwatch players throughout Hollywood. But there's always that cafe hold that's possible, and there's pretty much that above ground office area hold that's possible. Given this current meta, do you think we expect either one of these particular holds from these two teams?
It is definitely a possibility, and if you're going to see happening, is going to be a hold from the side of QARA. We already saw it twice. It can happen yet another time, and we're on match point, so they have all the opportunities to win here. It's going to be really interesting, though, to see if we're going to be seeing some adaptation changes from Last Hope. They do have the right understanding. Tree has done an amazing job so far in the DPS, but it seems like the rest of the team is not really able to capitalize out of the picks he's able to get, and that is a big flaw that they need to fix into these maps if they want to try to make the comeback, try to get to these 3 points before QARA is able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit before, but it feels like Last Hope have just the slightest edge on that DPS, but especially in context of that last map on Volskaya, it just looked like QARA's tanks were commanding a lot of space, a lot of damage. I mean, we saw the Wrecking Ball come in and get 3 kills over the 3 initiation kills, 3 starting kills at the beginning of a team fight, and from there that just helped to collapse that first point. So QARA definitely has that capabilities here. It's going to be about how they continue to deal with, in the case of QARA, the dominant of the DPS from Last Hope, and for Last Hope, the dominance of the tanks from QARA.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. The tanks are so important here. Not only you have to make sure that if you're playing the Wrecking Ball, you're creating a lot of space for your team and playing a little bit aggressive, destructive in the backline, doing anything that you can, but also making sure that you're not getting picked. And we actually saw for this type of QARA that Wrecking Ball getting stunned a few times, so that didn't stop him. He was still playing aggressive, able to get alive, and that's all that you can expect. It's a very risky situation, but when teams decide to go with this composition, it's because they're committed. They know what is going to happen and how they can really push the advantage for them.
We'll see exactly how that advantage can be pushed. Again, QARA playing a little bit with the house money here, as they do have a few maps to lose before they're taking that L for good. They only have to win 1. Last Hope has to win 2. Not exactly the friendliest spot to be if you're the perhaps appropriately named Last Hope squad.
Yeah, definitely. And so a lot of, if they want to try to something else from the side of Last Hope, it has to happen now, and it has to happen very early on. We already seen it a few times from the side of QARA as well. But when something is not really working, the earlier you can make the changes, the better it's going to be for you. Even if they want to play just to counter QARA, that might be just what they need right now to take the advantage.
Well, we'll see exactly here as we are going to be heading into game here in just a few moments. And look at that. My voice has summoned the game, Dryad. I didn't even know I was a wizard. I learn new things every day.
Just like that, will be going into Hollywood. And I'm very excited. Actually, if we can see specs on the D.Va again, I think it's one of my favorite things on this trials, just because he's very aggressive and able to capitalize out of this. So if he's able to do so once again, that's what's giving QARA this slight advantage that they've been doing. Even when they're defending, they're making the first steps into engaging, using the ultimate abilities first, using that rally, that flux, and that is what is giving them a few picks that they can start with, and then it's just a matter of for the DPS lineup to just finish, just create more damage and take the advantage. We do have to wait for Last Hope to see what they're going for, but on the side of the defense, we already see that we're going to see that Roadhog and the Sigma being played, so taking the high ground really important to try to hold here.
Now, as these doors are about to open up, Last Hope's gonna be running out the gates. Once again, this Genji coming out. We didn't see a lot of success with it on Rialto, and an unfortunate accretion onto Noxious was cloaked at the time, I do believe. So maybe eating that rock just a little bit too heavy. And it looks like this Sombra isn't just for scouting. We're going to be looking to perhaps disable some of the tanks, some of the Enhuan, the Tracer. Once again, a crucial opportunity there if Noxious is able to get it. We do see that Winston coming out from Faded. Train Cloud as well, matching with the D.Va. And right now, it doesn't look quite like Last Hope has their pathing set up. They don't know exactly what they want to do. Trying to caught in the middle here. It's going to be Micro who ends up getting taken down first, and Last Hope need to be very careful. They may just want to soft shoot out of here if they don't want to suffer more losses.
And they have to regroup as soon as they can. The Genji's going to be played again. 55 gets taken down. Tree is a very aggressive player. And the fact that they decide to commit with this Genji again is very risky. They need to make sure they get value. They can get hooked. They can get stunned by 2 heroes. And it's not going to be easy. Then the Discord Orb is also going to enable for the side of QARA to take the Genji down immediately. So once again, a lot of counters for this hero. QARA has to hold a really good defense here. That Pulse is going to be ready now.
It will be ready. It goes out, but eaten by Train Cloud. An excellent catch from the Last Hope team. And it's also going to be Tree who takes down his on that Genji, or with that Genji. And then the blade comes out, not even able to get too many slashes, and it's just swift strikes galore as now Last Hope starts to take up that first point progress.
No one is able to counter. We were talking about all the opportunities that for the side of QARA they had to do so, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. Trika does get another one, but luckily Tetris is going to get that respawn very quickly, so QARA has to regroup as soon as possible, and now they're going to change a little bit of the composition as well. That Orisa to help a little bit more of controlling space that we know this year is so good for. And for the set of specs on this D.Va now, so I do like seeing this. They know that they have to take the high ground though.
We are going to be seeing that D.Va go immediately to high ground. QARA, however, goes to meet them at the elevator. It's going to be the Genji diving right in, but not a whole lot of their team to back them up. However, the deflect does get them out of a sticky situation, but Micro does not have a deflect, and Tree wearing theirs down. Both going to get taken out of the fight. And now QARA looking to press advantage once again, maintain this high ground and stop the guard.
And in addition to that, Noxious does have that EMP ready. So for the Last Hope into the next fight, that should be enough for them to win if everyone is able to get this high ground very quickly. But QARA is going to try to contest it as soon as possible. Orchid and Neptune don't have an easy task trying to protect themselves as well, but it is definitely possible. Tree once again is going to have the blade, so we can see the aggression that we saw before. Getting value would be ideal for them to play.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities for ults to build up here. Noxious getting knocked back, knocked down, stunned out, but still going to be coming back to respond with the EMP. It's going to be the Primal coming out from Faded, trying to bully Orchid away, get that Zenyatta away from everybody, mitigate that healing that comes through despite the Sombra EMP. You know, we are seeing Last Hope managing to equalize their team, stabilize just a bit here, maintain this present on guard. They need to continue getting this distance. Every inch might count here on the Streets phase. Now it's going to be the rally coming out from Neptune, and more importantly, the Nano Blade coming out from Tree. Goes for the swing, however gets taken down. Neptune with the whip shot, able to get the kills. D.Va bomb coming in from Specs, buys a bit of space on point. Last Hope committed a bit there that they weren't quite able to pay off with.
QARA backing up is what made a difference there. They knew that Tree had the blade coming through and that he was going to play aggressive, but we saw everyone behind the break stunning and then pushing him, killing him immediately. So that's a really good job. Tree now is going to be going to the Tracer once again. Really good pick, playing a little bit more aggressive, making sure that you're not going to get stunned as easily as you have that mobility as well working for you. And it's going to be really good to see QARA once again has all the advantage, the high ground positioning. They don't want to let go here. Train Cloud is the only ultimate that we see from now. That self-destruct, and it's not easy to get value out of it.
It's certainly not, but if they land it right, they might be able to clear off that high ground area, or at least force an uncomfortable rotation. As they do see now, Tree going on to the Reaper, perhaps looking to get tucked right into the belly of that Orisa. He is going to have to be very careful to keep themselves on their toes. We do hear the turbocharger come on the line. Noxious not quite able to catch the elevator, and Faded get knocked off with a whip shot. Going to be able to get regrouped here, but yes, and team not really finding so much with that turbocharger, perhaps a little bit preemptive there. But as I say that, Faded does get taken down. Micro throwing in the healing amp to try to keep their team up, building up quite a bit of sound barrier charge as well. Train Cloud now going to be using that self-destruct, and a nice boot from Micro knocks Andrew into it, knocks Specs into it, causing the D-Mech. Now Last Hope are going to start to get some progress if they can clear up this Orisa. We see the Tree still on that Reaper, trying to get the kill onto Cave. Does succeed with it, as well as the kill onto Orchid. And now Skiz getting just swarmed by the attacking team.
Skiz does get taken down. We're trying to hold the payload for as long as possible, but it seems like the recontest might be coming through for the side of QARA. They're going to try to play a little bit more aggressive, and if Neptune is able to be the rally, that might be the entire difference that they have. Tree though is going to have that blossom. Once again, another play that we haven't seen before.
A hack onto the Tracer, and who caught out, not able to touch point. And because of that, going to be taken down with relative ease from Noxious. It's a sound barrier now coming out from a Last Hope to keep them alive as much as possible. Cave throwing in the tack visor, doesn't find a whole lot with it. The EMP though finds a little bit more. The defense now going to be suffering. It's going to be that Brig rally eventually wearing off. Death Blossom comes out after the shield bash, meaning the tree's able to get a clean 2. The cart does make it to that second point.
2 minutes remaining for the side of Oasis. Hope they try to get their third, and they're looking pretty comfortable so far. The changes that they made definitely benefiting them. The 2K that we saw from Tree, and it's just one of the plays that we have to highlight over and over again. An amazing performance no matter what he plays, and now they just need to be able to capitalize out of his picks again. For this type of QARA though, it's not going to be as easy. They use a lot there, they use that EMP, they use that rally, so they have to put a little bit more hope trying to get those ultimates for themselves.
Noxious keeping an eye on Cave, making sure they know where the Sombra of QARA is. See the Primal Rage coming in from Skiz, a dangerous proposition considering that Winston can give a lot of ultimate charge over if he's not too careful. It is careful, however, has Orchid to bail them out. QARA investing a lot of ults into this fight early on just to try to get some kills. They don't find a whole lot. That displacement, not enough. The Transcendence, not enough. The Self-Destruct, not enough. Now it's going to be Last Hope's turn to strike ahead with some ultimates of their own. Autumn Soul throwing in the Coalescence, leading in. And who's taken down the Death Blossom, now going to be getting a 3 with Neptune pushed into the corner. Train Cloud can absolutely push on them. Now Specs, the only one trying to stall out any sort of cart progress, will give their team some time to respawn.
4 kills for that Death Blossom from Tree. Now Noxious is going to have that EMP. This is not looking good for QARA. They need to make something happen, but it's not going to be easy. Neptune with the rally might be the only chance in case this is able to build that EMP. This is last fight territory for them.
We do see the rally come online. Skid is taking the EMP, as is Anhuman and Cave. We do see the sound barrier come out from Micro, keeping the entire attacking team alive, but that sound barrier stripped off as the EMP from Cave comes and connects onto 5. And who gets taken down. QARA starting to lose members on the defensive side. They need to just hold out long enough for those respawns to come through. Coalescence, however, going to be reinforcing the side of Last Hope as well. Hack onto Autumn Souls prevents them from getting too much damage, again closing in onto that Sombra. Tree tucking into the Brig. Does eventually find the connections with the Hellfire shotguns. Cleanup is there. Last Hope so close to delivering that cart, and they're going to do it with barely any time left on the clock.
2 seconds remaining, and it all just went the right way in hands of Tree. He was able to get 3 Dead Blossoms right at the end of this map, and that just made the whole difference. He was able to capitalize out of them every single time, and it was looking so good. QARA now does have a little bit more of a challenge, and Last Hope definitely making the adaptation changes that we were talking about. I absolutely love seeing this from this team. The aggression that they play with, they just have to figure out, but once they have that momentum going, they don't want to let it go. For QARA though, they still are a very, very strong team, and from what we've seen from them so far here in Trials, they also benefit a lot from the attacking side rather than the defense side. So if they're able to take the advantage to make the first steps, taking the high ground here every single time in Hollywood, that is exactly what they need, because the ultimate economy is not looking too good for them, and that's just because they're not playing as aggressive when they were on the defense, but when they are attacking, they know how to play, they have a better idea. The tanks are always creating space, and the only risk that they have is making sure that the DPS lineup is able to stay alive.
We do see Last Hope rolling out on this defense tree, thinking that they did well enough on Reaper to warrant it again. I think I tend to agree. Some excellent play coming out there. That triple kill Death Blossom comes to mind. Now, as we look ahead, Faded, giving us a little wink at the camera as we pan over towards that attacking spawn, whose gates we're about to see open up. In fact, we do. Cave and who are going to be on that Soldier Tracer as the team comes out of spawn. And QARA already lining up, looking like they know where they want to go, sending Anhu off to that right side towards that cafe. Waiting for the rest of their team to get right down into mid. Looks like the backups actually come out from QARA. They are going to be switching up some heroes, it seems.
They realized that the composition was not going to be beneficial, so a few changes that might be coming through from the DPS lineup. Also, Specs is going to be in the D.Va again. If I remember correctly, last time that we saw him in Trials, he was doing really, really good on D.Va, was able to get a 3K, and they really want to see this happening again. And who on the Echo, something that we haven't seen as much before. We've seen more of that Tracer, but I'm curious to see how he's going to perform here.
It's going to be tough to perform when Orchid gets taken down, not able to have that Fly Girl with you up in the air, keeping you alive. Now, Last Hope leading in. Not getting as aggressive on these chases, but they decided they already in close to winning the fight, so they don't need to chase too much more.
It's a very, very interesting composition from this side of Last Hope, because they do have that Sombra, they also have that Reaper, and they play really close together. You need to really engage with close to get any value, but for fighting in Train Cloud, they play a little bit more aggressive, so they need to make this work. They're doing it now, but Tree gets taken down.
And Noxious actually to stick onto Faded, who rolled into their Sombra player. That opens the screen wide for QARA. Gonna be flooding onto point. It's just that D.Va trying to get some sort of contest, or at least trying to get regrouped for that next phase. But the chase, again, coming out from QARA, strong and heavy.
Cave always doing so good in that Tracer, definitely taking a little bit of an advantage here, and they will be pushing forward, trying to take the high ground as soon as possible. Noxious does have that EMP, and they want to take a fight here.
The sound barrier comes out. The EMP return from Noxious only actually connects onto 2 Specs and Neptune. Gonna be stripping only those 2 members of the sound barrier. QARA so far fighting tooth and nail for this point, but so is Last Hope. They don't want to let this time bank get too high, otherwise things start to look pretty favorable. Autumn Soul's actually taken down. Silver able to translocate away into some relative safety, but QARA gonna be securing their victory here as that first point gets captured with the Wrecking Ball still on it.
He was able to get a recontest, but unfortunately they weren't really able to do much from the side of Last Hope. Cave always making sure he's melting the tanks, playing very aggressive and getting the value out of it. And just because that fight happened and Last Hope used every single ultimate ability that they had available, now QARA is going to be on the big advantage. They will be taking the high ground like we see them doing right now. And also they have the duplicate, they also have the minefield, everything that they need to create space. And Last Hope just needs to play a little more passive here if they want something to happen before they lose points.
So Last Hope not going to be going so passive, instead taking down Orchid to start. QARA already investing the duplicate for, or excuse me, On Human going to be investing the duplicate for QARA here as how they lean in. They do take down Autumn Souls, so that's Zenyatta not going to be able to provide any healing. It's all going to be onto Micro, but QARA taking some lumps of their own. Train Cloud does fall in behind with the Anthem fly high in. This guy trying to force down that soldier, but it's going to be Tree getting absolutely lifted, booped, and knocked around in every direction.
Just like that, they will be pushing the payload. They're looking pretty comfortable. They were able to win that fight. Joe's playing a little bit more aggressive when Last Hope was able to get the pick into Orchid. They didn't give up just there. They knew they could take the advantage. And just like that, they are doing so. Specs, once again, has a self-destruct into the last recontest that's going to happen for Last Hope. And it's the last opportunity that they have here.
Self-destruct comes in. Faded tries to go in for the pile driver, but gets displaced by Specs' self-destruct. Already things looking very good for QARA, taking the kills up 3 in their favor. It's the Tracer trying to get onto the Lucio, trying to pull something back for their team, but the rest of the team grouping around the Lucio. Not a bad idea, since he's still providing that healing through the healing song. Build up towards that sound barrier if he didn't already have it, but Neptune does, and the cart does get delivered.
No one else able to touch a point. Specs gets 2 more kills, and the ultimate economy for QARA definitely looking so much better like we expected on the attack. They will be pushing forward. They will be playing just as aggressive, really good kills in the DPS lineup for this team, and also Cave making sure they're also creating the space that tanks are supposed to do. So now they have every single thing that they need. Micro is not going to have their rally coming through. That might be a big disadvantage, knowing that Neptune and Orchid both have their ultimate abilities for the supports. So they just have to wait for the payload to push forward before that one last fight.
Yeah, if you're QARA, you can't get too hasty here in investing your whole war chest. See Anhu flying high in the sky, trying to get some early damage, and Cave sneaking around the back, ready with that pulse bomb. Goes out, sticks it onto the Zenyatta, but cleans up the Zenyatta before the pulse bomb's even detonated. And now it's going to be Last Hope who are suffering some losses. Anhu does go in with the duplicate onto the Sigma, goes in with the Gravitic Flux, picks up Train Cloud, drops them into the ground, shooting their kneecaps in between their ears. As we look now, it's gonna be QARA so far leading this cart, continued progress, but they still haven't gotten it so far into the movie studio. Still has a bit of a ways to go, especially considering the respawns from the defense will be here.
As I'm trying to do anything to contest, they're going to wait for as much members as they can before they're able to do so, and this is one last opportunity for them. A lot of time remaining for QARA though, 2 minutes 35 seconds, and they might just win here.
Last Hope needs to get a lot of time burned off the cart if possible, even if he can't secure that victory, even if he can't secure it from that 3rd point. Pulse bomb goes out, doesn't connect onto too much. Cave taken down right after the bomb detonates. It's gonna be the Transcendence from Last Hope pushing away the attacking team at QARA. This is great for them. A nice headshot on the Specs as they leave.
And the late Transcendence it was really good to push everyone away, but it might affect them coming into the next fight because QARA was already backing up. Now they're going to get everything that they need back. They're going to have a coalescence from Orchid, who's no longer playing the Mercy, and Specs also with a self-destruct going into backline may be ideal for them to win here. Once again, they have a lot of time, definitely more time than Last Hope had before.
The EMP comes out big, lands onto 5, however Last Hope not too quick to push into that. Gonna be Neptune and Specs taken down. Despite the self-destruct coming out from Specs, QARA might be getting a little bit startled here as Last Hope starts to run away with this defense.
Just with that EMP, they're able to capitalize and to take the advantage and get those early picks that they need to consume as much time as possible from the side of QARA. But once again, they still have a few opportunities, but the engagements from the defense have been perfect so far. And just knowing exactly what they need to do, they were able to try to build up the ultimates again. Lasso once again has that rally to recontest, and 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. That means at least 2 fights.
Is a few fights that are gonna hopefully go in the way of a Last Hope if you're a fan of them. Here the hack tried to come out from tree, doesn't seem to connect onto too much, might have been onto a health pack, but see Anu trying to hold on to this high ground, while Skiz runs it right down the main land, going in high, activating the mines, drops the pile driver. Zenyatta has no choice but to walk right into him. Anu getting caught out by the wreck ball, able to just hop on top, rock right over him to stick onto the Sigma. Bringing Train Cloud dangerously low. Skiz is going to be there with the cleanup. And who now has the opportunity here. 7% left for that high noon. To drop it from way back in the next fight if they opt to. But again, a lot invested for QARA that they weren't able to quite finish with.
And Orchid doing everything that he can to run away to try to stay alive is going to be really hard now. Neptune does get taken down again, and one last opportunity for QARA to make something happen. They have to change everything that they were playing. They have to go into those faster heroes before, so they're able to touch. But a lot of action that went on, and nothing was able to capitalize on it.
Not quite enough for QARA just yet. They will be finishing in overtime if they can finish at all. The Torbjorn turret shooting from the way back, and we're running a little bit of resistance there to the flanking characters coming in from Last Hope, who are now starting to pick up some kills. Faded, Noxious, both going to be claiming some kills of their own. The big pile driver coming in from Faded helps them further lock everybody down. This Last Hope are looking good to burn down that overtime clock. They will. QARA this time finished just short of the 3rd point.
Really good job from Lasso, but at the end, holding that defense, it seems like they were going to lose it once QARA had that momentum going for them. But after they knew how to capitalize, their ultimate coming was looking really good from beginning to end, and that's what enabled them to win. I was a little bit hesitant when I saw the Transcendence coming through so late into the fight, because ideally you want to make sure you're staying alive with it. But they were able to get another one, so they were looking comfortable once again. Now we're in a 2-2. One of them has to win now.
And we will be seeing exactly who wins when we go into our next map. It's gonna be Oasis. And I'm curious to see how the different maps kind of come into effect here, because there are some maps that are really good for Echo, and then there are some maps that are really good for, you know, those brawly, ground-focused kind of compositions here, Dryad.
And the key, especially for the side of Last Hope to win, is going to be that Reaper, actually. In Oasis, witnessing quite often, it really just depends on how teams decide to play. But overall, I think just seeing Tree play, having such a big hero pool, playing that Echo so well, playing that Tracer, playing that Reaper that we saw, anything that he was able to play, he was able to get value out of. But maybe the only one that we didn't see as much was Genji. But overall, if Last Hope wants to have another opportunity here, it will definitely be on the hands of this player. And for the side of QARA, they are very strong. They are definitely creating the space that they need. They have the strong tank line that we were talking about before. And the only concern that I would have for them would be Anne, who gets taken down right at the beginning. It might be a questioning of the back positioning that they were having, or Last Hope really focusing on him to try to take him down very early on. Cave Doll also has had a really good performance, and they're hinting already that we might be seeing this soldier, which I'm really, really excited about.
Yeah, a definite, I think, advantage for QARA is going to be Cave on that soldier. We've been seeing it come out quite a bit, and can't say I've been disappointed with it at all. And what an appropriate map type to finish on, Dryad. Not only have we seen most of these maps, with the exception of Rialto, go pretty much down to some very close score lines. When we did see the control map, it went into a 90-second overtime, multiple overtimes, 99s to 100s. You're going to see exactly if we'll emulate that here on Oasis. These teams are getting ready to roll out. We do see Last Hope coming out with a very similar composition, the exact same composition actually, if you will, to QARA. And both teams are going to be looking to meet on that side area near traffic, but need to remember not to play into traffic. Faded going to be taking a whip shot instead. It's going to be putting Last Hope on the back foot. They may have to back out as they don't have that displacement factor anymore. We do see Skiz try to go in. get some early displacement of their own, some early jostling, if you will, but instead gets absolutely punished. And once again, Tracer v Tracer missions here. Noxious versus Anhu. It's going to be Cave kind of interrupting the Tracer v Tracer, though a little bit rude if you ask me, but QARA looking to win here, not looking to be polite as Last Hope try to send Faded in to push them back away from point. They don't find too much as the stun does come through onto the Wrecking Ball. Pile Driver in and going to be locking them down for the time being. Does buy a bit of time. QARA now having this point presence. Going to be so far getting the first capture of this point.
They'll be taking advantage. Specs doesn't have his make, so he's going to wait a few seconds before able to get it back. And for Last Hope, that was very close, but once again, the aggression wasn't quite there to make the first steps. And those first kills that we see from Faded were so crucial for them not to be able to take the advantage. In the meantime, Tree does have the tactical visor. That's the biggest difference that they might make if they want to take control so early on.
We'll see if that tactical visor indeed does come into play here. We see Tree lining up at that elevator, the high ground, always very good for those hit scans. See Tree take it, try to hop up there, and it looks like Last Hope going to be getting the majority of a point flip here, although not quite the full thing, which you don't have the full thing, it really doesn't matter. Cave going to be getting the rocket kill onto Noxious. Looking good so far for QARA, despite the ults that are going to be online for their opponents. Orchid gets taken down. No Zenyatta to mitigate this tactical visor. It might really start to put down the hurt. Cave drops the tac visor of their own, but gets taken down. And not really sure that was a wise decision from the side of QARA there, but Last Hope still haven't quite flipped this point. It's going to be QARA trying to buy as much time as they can, so close to that 60% mark, and buy themselves quite a bit of leverage.
And you're able to get exactly that 60%, so it's not looking too bad. They do have the initiation tools that they need into the next fight. That rally is going to be ready. In the meantime, Micro is not even close to it, so a big advantage that for this type of card they will be able to have here. But exactly what we expected to happen, Tree making the difference, being able to take Orchid very early on, and just like that, getting the last kill.
Neptune starts his initiation with a rally. Both Hammonds going to be sending out those minefields. However, it's going to be Skiz who perhaps puts themselves in a bit too deep, and from there, QARA just getting picked apart. Cave taken down. This isn't looking good for the team that needs to get the flip, although we are going to be seeing Last Hope tick upwards from that 40% as they do chase away the remainder of QARA.
And it's also important for the set of cards to try to regroup her. There's a few more that are staying alive and they're committing to this fight. They're going to use that Transcendence to stay alive here.
They're committing both their lives and the Transcendence, and it's going to pay off in the form of Micro's life. And Brig not going to be able to stun out Skiz on the Wrecking Ball. Perhaps might be an entire benefit of its own. We do see now the setup coming in, and once again, this traffic side being held by QARA. They really seem to like this positioning. Doesn't seem to quite pay off for them as much as it needs to. Self-destruct coming in from both sides doesn't net a whole lot, however, it does feed over Train Cloud while they're getting re-mech'd. Unable to provide the defense of that giant beefy mech that might be provided otherwise. Sacrifice is coming in from Tree. It's going to be very careful from the side of QARA to not play around those long sight lines too much. Cave trying to get a Helix Rocket into the Zenyatta will force out Autumn Soul's Transcendence to try to keep their team up, and with that, Last Hope feeling a surge of energy as they start to get these kills. Yes, they do lose one to the Pulse Mine, but they're not going to mind that too much as they continue to push ahead 90% now.
90% for Last Hope, and one last opportunity for QARA to try to make the comeback. It's not going to be easy. We're talking about how you needed the entire team to try to reach this point, and that didn't quite happen. This is why 99 and they keep getting picked. It seems like this is going for Last Hope.
Will be able to touch the point at the very last moment, and who the same, but not for long as they do get taken down. The minefield coming out from Faded is going to put a lot of uncomfortability onto QARA, try to locate themselves onto point. Faded does get taken down, so at least QARA won't be able to be ejected from the point as easily. Minefield still proving to be a big issue here, but going to be Skiz with the minefield and pile drivers of their own. Now suddenly Last Hope might have the opportunity here to be a little bit weakened. Cave taking down Noxious, removing that Tracer, but also removing themselves from point, giving that up a little bit earlier than they needed to.
And that was just a really good defense from the side of Last Hope, able to take the advantage there. And I believe it all started once again when we saw that initiation where a few of the members from the side of QARA started getting taken down, and yet Orchid decided to commit with the Transcendence, try to play a little bit more aggressive. And just like that, they were coming back and forth, but we never saw all the 6 members trying to play together right at the end. They were able to get that initial 60%, but for their recontest, they were struggling so much. And now this could be all that they need. Last Hope needs to get this sub map, and just like that, they will be able to take the victory. For that, we might be seeing some different compositions from both sides, and teams like QARA and Last Hope will be playing their Ryan Starry and more of that brawl style composition. And the biggest difference here would be also Andrew on the Mei and Cave on the Reaper, which I would say is ideal for this team.
We'll see exactly how they can capitalize on it. Faded going for a little bit of an aggressive pin. They're not able to find too much. That will, however, result in Orchid getting taken down. Tree getting a bit too aggressive for their own life. Neptune avenges their fallen support comrade. As now Last Hope once again getting an early position onto this point. Once it unlocks, they will start that progress towards taking up and getting some early percentage on the board. We do see QARA still trying to put some members in. The Maywalk comes out, preventing the Reinhardt from backing up, but you don't need to back up when you just charge as Faded. And he is now put in a very uncomfortable position, being swarmed by Zarya, by Reaper, eventually going to be falling. And Last Hope now looking to seal up University as well.
He's doing everything that he could to stay alive, but unfortunately it just didn't quite happen. Now Tree was back, was playing a little bit more aggressive, able to capitalize out of this with almost that 80% for the ultimate ability. And now for the side of QARA, they need to figure out a way to take the advantage. Tree might be that Coalescence coming through for them, but Autumn's also has it, so it's not going to be easy. Making sure that Cave is staying alive is all that you can expect from them.
QARA has a lot of ults going into this next fight. We'll see if they lean into them. Tree throwing in the Meteor Strike, not punished too aggressively for it, as they do use those Doomfist abilities to get out and away. The Coalescence coming out. The Blizzard, however, going to be buying a lot of space for QARA. It's going to be Anhu gets taken down. The Earth Shatter from Skiz not finding too much, but the late grab coming in from Train Cloud finding slightly less. It's going to be the Doomfist trying to do the brief amount of damage that he can, but without the rest of the team to back him up. Oh, so futile.
Neptune with a Soundbearer allowing his team to stay alive and to be able to take the point. Last Hope wasn't even able to get that 50%, so if they want to play a little bit more aggressive for the side of QARA, it has to happen now. Specs does have that garbage sword, they need to capitalize out of this. Taking into account that the only counter here might be Micro's Soundbearer.
And we are going to be seeing the Sound Barrier come out, the grab thrown in, trying to keep everybody locked down, but a nice boop coming in. Neptune not able to burn down the opposing team, instead just knocks him off the map. Going to be played excellently there as we are now. It looks like Last Hope on the exit, or trying to be, but the Maywall has other words about it.
That's why we were mentioning how good it is to have a Mei in this composition, specifically because you're able to isolate heroes to take them down, and just like that, you're going to be taking the advantage. They should be able to get more than the 50% for this side of QARA. Cave does have that Death Blossom and everything that they need to try to take control here. The only thing that they need just to have the comfort would be that Coalescence coming through for Orchid, and they should be able to hold here.
See if QARA can continue their point progress ticking upwards after the end of this fight. Faded going in for the Earth Shatter, doesn't seem to land onto a whole lot. Cave taken down. It's going to be both Reapers throwing into Death Blossoms, getting a lot of kills on both sides, but it comes out much more dominantly for QARA. The Coalescence now late committed from Autumn Souls, just trying to survive, keep anybody into this fight, keep themselves into this fight as long as possible, but it doesn't really help when you don't have the point.
We're in a position where I would like to see for the side of Last Hope and Tree playing something else, because the Doomfist is getting countered over and over again. I really being able to get as much value, 80% already for QARA, and once again they do have that ultimate economy to benefit them over and over again. Just because they're winning the team fights that Shatter, that Blizzard might be enough for them to take the point here.
And you talk about the Blizzard, it's going to come out once again with the Earth Shatter online as well. Sound Barrier coming out from Neptune to keep everybody up and resourceful in this fight. 99% ticking down. Nobody can touch point, not even Train Cloud, as this is going to be going over to QARA.
One last opportunity for these two teams to take the victory here, and it couldn't be closer. Now, last map is going to define everything. Whoever's able to take advantage to get to 100% first, and it just couldn't, once again, it just couldn't be more closer. Everyone is playing really, really well, but I would definitely highlight the importance of creating space with your tanks and how that was enabling and the prior match QARA to try to take the advantage there, try to initiate early on, try to get the few picks. Even when they're struggling, they know how to make that comeback. For the side of Last Hope, I want to see this again. Tree feels like my being into that soldier might swap into another hero, and those are the heroes that you're able to get value out of when you can, and not necessarily going to the backline and get killed immediately, but try to get more value out of the damage that you're able to put and how your team is able to capitalize out of this.
As we look ahead, it's going to be the off-tank difference between these two teams. We'll see exactly how much of a difference it makes. already. It's going to be KARA trying to take up this high ground. KARA seems to favor getting set up before just moving directly onto point. Last Hope a little bit more aggressive into getting themselves embanked onto point. But Skiz once again coming in strong. The Wrecking Ball is going to be leaning in with the first 2 kills of this map. We do see the Baby Diva getting brought out. Train Cloud taken down. At least he didn't have to wait for the remake.
Early fight one for the side of KARA, and that was a little bit unusual from both sides because from what we've seen in Control and in every other map, Last Hope and KARA take a little bit longer to take the advantage into point, but the fact that KARA is able to do so fast is definitely going to be benefiting them now. They're going to build those alternate abilities that they need, and taking the high ground in this map is so essential to do so. Last Hope is not going to have the easiest contest here if they want to win. All they can do is send Faded, like you see right now, try to push everyone, trying to be a little bit more distracted.
But that means the Skiz going to be freed to disrupt the side of Last Hope a little bit, and you have to like your odds if you're on the side of KARA against that. Although you can't like him too much, because apparently Last Hope are just going to strike back a little bit harder. Coming in clean with the kills. Cave able to take one, so not a perfectly clean opportunity here for Last Hope, and not even able to drop down onto the point. Is the Soldier to buy out as much time as possible.
Once again, looking very clean into that engagement. They struggle a little bit to figure out how they want to do so, but once they have that first pick, they know how to play a little bit more aggressive. KARA now does have the post on. If they're able to pull it into one of the supports, it might be a little hard, but it's definitely possible. That would give them the advantage to try to see control again, because contesting this high ground is not easy at all. And when you have Skiz and when you have Specs, you can use your ultimate ability to try to do so. But in the meantime, if the does get taken down, so they have to wait a few extra seconds for that.
Yeah, so impressive to see the Soldiers just able to land those consistent damage. Any follow-up that's needed can absolutely be there now. KARA looks to get the regroup coming through here. We'll see exactly what their route of attack is.
They will be playing this a little bit slower, but Last Hope does have the advantage in their rally coming through. Everyone trying to stay alive here.
Micro really working to keep their team up 3. Taken down. KARA now has the lead in the DPS at least. Skiz taken down. All that displacement no longer going to be a factor for the side of KARA. As well, the lift coming in from Last Hope. The accretion, or the Gravitic Flux going to be coming online. Gabe receiving the benefits of that rally. Burns down Faded. Now has a little bit more dominance on this high ground, trying to push down the shield of Train Cloud. Who's continually filtering that back and forth to make sure it doesn't survive too much loss here. As now Last Hope building up a nice little percentage bank for them. It does look like they are suffering from members. They are going to be taking some losses at some point here. Faded goes in, gets stunned out, caught down. And with this now, the tanks being gone for Last Hope, it's only a matter of time before KARA flip this point. How much time can Last Hope buy, though? About 92%.
And that means that if Last Hope is able to take this point back, that would be one less fight territory, and they would be trying to take the victory here, at least with that 99. It's not going to be easy, but anything is possible. Right at the beginning of this match, we saw Tracer get 3 kills and try to flip what we saw is like what it seemed to be over, so it's definitely possible. But KARA will be taking this high ground again, try to poke some damage into the chokes, trying to get some value out of the Specs. The sooner that the Flux comes through, the better it's going to be for this team. And Orchid once again with the Transcendence trying to keep everyone alive in a few seconds.
That'll certainly be the goal of the Nobles and Yada player, but it won't be the goal of Autumn. Now the goal is just going to be to try to get back from spawn. Attack visor coming in from tree. Orchid taken down. Not going to have that attack visor so close. 5%. They needed that ability to be online. And who taken down as well does not spell good things for KARA. They need to be very careful. This is what it's all going to come down to. If Last Hope can hold for 5% more and push their opposing team off the point, they will have this all tucked away for them. Great Cloud getting dropped from an extra high distance. Going to be pushed back just a little bit, but so far not taking their loss as they need to. Micro actually taken down. Cave going to be throwing in the tag visor, kept alive by Orchid, who now comes back with that Transcendence. However, lifted up by the Gravitic Flux, puts them in a shooting gallery for their opponents. Is now going to be burned down on the Wrecking Ball overtime. Slowly starting to tick down. KARA needs to make something happen if their team wants to come back. The Tracer by Anhu can only do so much to take down that Wrecking Ball. Overtime continues to try to burn down here, Dryad, but Specs getting put out of mech. Overtime finally burns down. And with that, after a nail biter, Last Hope is going to win this.
Last Hope finally takes a victory here, and what a match that we just witnessed. He was just right at the end until the last point where the Transcendence from the side of KARA gets forced. And then the Flux comes through, and there is no protection, no one else. That Transcendence wasn't already available, and everyone keeps getting taken down over and over again. but it was a really close fight from beginning to end. There were certain maps where Last Hope had their strengths, QARA had their strengths, but at the end of the day, his Last Hope 2 takes this 3-2.
Yeah, Last Hope gonna be coming out successful. Stick around, folks. However, although we are done with Last Hope versus QARA, we will be having a brief interview to wrap all this up after the break. You're not gonna want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody. As promised, we have come back with a little bit of an interview here. It's going to be Tree joining us in the caster's booth. Tree, hello, welcome. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, I know there's a lot of things we're going to ask you here, a couple of things, if I'm being honest, but the biggest one that comes to mind is Rialto. I kind of want to know the thought process behind running the Genji there. It didn't quite seem to gel as much as you guys felt it should.
Yeah, so originally we thought that the Genji Sombra kind of stuff win cons were like gonna beat double shield and all that, but then we just kind of messed up and we didn't go the right heroes, which was a little unlucky, but we recovered from it, so I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, you're able to get the win. So, first of all, congrats. And I do want to ask you a little bit more of those control maps where there was so much action going on from beginning to end from your team and also from the side of QARA. So, how is the action going on? How are the comms? Is it race everyone trying to go back to point? How does it work for you guys to, at the end of the day, be able to take the advantage there?
There's a lot of screaming for sure because there's a lot of chaos going on. Everyone's yelling different things, but in the end, we have good target focus and we're able to make it work.
Definitely, and you came up on top. We were very excited about seeing you play. We know that you recently joined this team, and everyone was excited for it, including myself, just because you have a really good performance on the DPS heroes. So, how has been the synergy going for your team? Maybe some of the plays that you already knew before from other teams, or just getting that connection with them and knowing how the comps are going to work, how the compositions are going to work.
Yeah, I mean, on other teams in the past, I've always been like great friends with a lot of players on Last Hope, and now I'm a part of it, so that's nice. We had a little bit rocky start at the beginning. I think we had some issues there, but that's whatever. I think we're really in our peak now, and we're really popping off.
Definitely, and this is a really good start as well to get this victory. You have the confidence going that you're able to beat QARA, which is one of the teams that we heard of recently. And then I have one last question for you in regards to the composition. So you guys decided to play a lot of heroes, especially yourself. We saw about 5 heroes from you, a lot of rotations. How do you really decide to do that? Do you play more to counter the enemy team? Do you play to your strengths and then, or like try to adapt throughout the match?
It's a lot of adapting, I think. I was planning on playing a lot of Echo today, but they're running that soldier, which is it's very hard to play against, and just I can't do as much as I would like. So I just mirror the soldier.
Well, the mirroring seems to have come fruitful for you guys today. Tree, thank you for coming in and answering a few of our questions. Before I cut you loose, before I let you go, do you want to give the opportunity to give a brief shout out to anybody you feel might deserve it?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Neptune on QARA because he's been a good friend of mine forever, and
Oh.
he's been a good friend of everyone Last Hope too. So
It's fantastic to hear. Good to always hear the two teams kind of coming out shaking hands as opposed to being bitter and toxic and salty towards each other. So I love it. Once again, thank you, Tree, for coming in, answering a few of our questions. And again, if you haven't heard it enough, congratulations on your victory over QARA.
yeah, thanks.
And with that, Dryad, that is going to conclude Last Hope versus QARA for the time being. We are going to be taking a brief little break here as we get ready for our next match, which I do believe will be Noble versus Anteiku, which I know I'm just as excited for. I know there's some standing implications that might be affected. So those of you at home watching, wherever you may be, stick around. Hello and welcome back from our break, everybody. We are going into game 2 here at ELO Hell casting for Contenders Trials. It's going to be Anteiku versus Noble. Very interesting map here. And if you didn't catch it the first time around, Sir Waltham and Dryad at the helm, telling you guys what's happening.
Anteiku against Noble going against each other, one of them trying to take the victory. And when we look at the standings, when we look at everything, Anteiku has been doing so good, taking that first place with that 8 map differential. And in the meantime, Noble has been struggling in that mid-table. They definitely need to win here, and it's not going to be easy. Anteiku has been looking like the strongest team here, but it's definitely possible. I do expect to see a lot of changes, a lot of adaptation from Noble. They had enough time to have those VAR reviews happen, and now this is when it comes to match, when they have to take into account and take the victory.
Yeah, interestingly enough, if Noble is able to get a 3-0 here, they will be tied in scoreline and map differential against Anteiku, as well as they'll have won the head-to-head matchup. So if for any reason those two should come down to being, available for the 1 spot for Contenders, it would go to Noble, assuming the 3-0. Any other condition, though, and it might not shake out for him that way, Dryad.
Yeah, well, for the side of Noble, they definitely have to take the victory here regardless. If they get that 3-0, they have a better position and more comfort that they might have. And for Anteiku, they also want to take the victory. It's definitely not it's not on paper that just because just because they have that #1 position right now on the table, it's going to stay like that. So both of these two teams really fighting to take the victory is not going to be easy, and they have really, really strong players. The DPS lineup is going to be something that we need to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, as we talk about those strong players, we'll go ahead and take a little bit of a peek as to what these rosters might be offering up to us, the Warriors, for these teams, if you will. We see Anteiku lining up with Biz and Lil Ade on that DPS role. Kami and Dusk, or excuse me, reading them on the wrong side. Anteiku, Biz, Lil Ade, and it's going to be Kami, Dusk on the tank line. Pascal and Vega for the supports for Anteiku.
And for the side of Noble, actually, we're going to be seeing for the Tangan Mikey. It's one of the players that we know pretty well. He was one of the strongest players that wasn't able to play as much before for the Boston Uprising. And now we have Odd, Fishtank, and Mudkip on the support lineup, and Maltham and Pitho on the DPS. So it's going to be a really strong team. Noble has been making a few changes recently, and they're definitely showing. I do like seeing this. They seem to be really, really strong, but once again, they do have to get the victory here.
Yeah, Noble, if you're familiar with the old school team, Dark Mode NA, a lot of them coming from that roster as well. So the opportunity here to have that synergy already in place, a little bit more long-standing, definitely looking like it might lean towards Noble. But again, they definitely need to lean into that if they want the opportunity for Anteiku, as Anteiku does lead in that statistical advantage.
And when we look at the meta, when we look at the compositions, Anteiku has been doing really good just because it seems like they have the better grasp of how the composition is going to work, the way that they have to engage the tanks, always creating the space necessary. So that it's giving them the little advantage that is giving them the first point in the table. But for the side of Noble, they haven't been doing that. They just have had some really tough matches, and this is where they need to define if they want to definitely get a 3-0 ideally for them. But we already initiating Lijiang Tower control map where they have to have the confidence, that momentum going once they win here if they're able to do so. And for Anteiku, once again, a lot of aggression that we're going to be seeing from them. That Wrecking Ball will be coming through for both of them probably.
Certainly, and as we can see the rest of the map order coming through here, Dorado, Volskaya, Hollywood, and Oasis. Well, all some very exciting maps moving on ahead. I know I'm excited. I always love the opportunity for Volskaya. Reminds me of a day when Sombra was just a little bit stronger, Dryad.
Just a little bit. And there's a lot of people that still complain about Sombra, definitely. Fair take, but a lot of discussion that's been going on in that sense. And that's why sometimes we decide to play here. But once again, we haven't really seen this hero get as much value. So I do expect to see maybe that Tracer, that Soldiering being played out. We actually just saw a Reaper that we didn't see for a long time, but it just brings out the possibility that teams are able to play anything that I call also very, very strong.
As we are getting ready to head in game here for just a moment, we see these teams lining up. Might get a little bit of that sneak peek, and talked about the Sombra coming out here. Petal and Biz both leaning like they might want to take it here.
That we were being very aggressive like we expected, with that Wrecking Ball to start it off, and a little bit of different double support. The side of Odd is going to be playing on the Diva, Dust is going to be on that Stigma, and something that we do need to notice is not the real Sinatra playing, guys. It's Maltho on that account called Sinatra playing the Tracers.
Yeah, gonna be trying to perform a little bit of Sinatra-esque plays coming through here. Anteiku already starting off with some strong starts, taking it down at Fish Cake. Vega gonna be pounding that Fish Cake into the dirt as you prefer. Anteiku now has the opportunity to lead in just a little bit here. Noble already taking a strong position on the point. However, they do get the first flip, which means that the progress is gonna start building up in their favor, especially with Mikey going down. Not a lot of displacement that can happen for the side of Anteiku, so they will ebb and flow back in onto point, ready to take a little bit of their own and get some kills on the way.
Just like that, Anteiku is able to take a point again, and only 8% that Noble was able to get. So that's where we start seeing the importance of winning the fight as well as taking the point. Mudkip, though, in the meantime, does have that coalescence to initiate. They want to play this a little bit more aggressive, want to take control of the point before it goes higher and higher for Anteiku. With that rally, once again for Vega, would be the best opportunity.
And Mikey immediately going to get caught out. Shield bashed, hit by the Discord Orb. Asshole just going to be doing the rest of their clean up damage. And Anteiku seeming to have a little bit of a difficulty getting onto point here, but are getting back to point here, but eventually they will find some success with it. Vega able to cut down Mudkip and continue holding.
They will be creating also a lot of space, ideally because they have that EMP to come through for next fight. In the meantime, Pedal is about to have it, but not quite yet. So if you're able to use it first, making sure that that counter EMP doesn't come through, that would put Anteiku in an ideal situation when you have the Flux, when you have all those initiation tools.
We do see the initiation tool of the EMP come out. It's going to land on Tough4. Tries to be coordinated with Dusk's Gravitic Flux. Doesn't find too much though, although Anteiku not going to stop them from getting these kills. We do see now Anteiku tries to go in with this Brig. We see now the hack going on to Pedal. That Sombra gets caught out, and so far it looks like Anteiku is going to be able to hold.
They'll be taking control and almost 80% already for the side of Anteiku. And just like that, they do have that Contenders, the ultimate abilities that were used before. So this is a big opportunity for Noble to take advantage of the ultimate economy that they have going on. EMP has to come through, has to be effective. The team has to capitalize out of it. And it has to happen before it gets to the 99% ideally.
We are seeing it tick up closer and closer to that 99%. Pedal tries to go for the hack onto the Wrecking Ball. Not quite able to find it. Cammy able to walk away, roll away clean if you prefer. Pedal still holding on to that EMP. Doesn't need to take it down to get the kill onto Delilah. As we can now see the Wrecking Ball spinning to win just a little bit. Kami not being taken down might be a little bit of the downfall here. But Noble able to get some point progress flipped, and Anteiku going to back out before suffering too many more losses.
But that was a really good initiation for them, though. They know how to capitalize off the ultimate advantage that they have, and the ultimate economy, once again, looking really good. EMP still available, that might be able to create space.
An opportunity there from Pedal with the Diva Bomb coming in odd, able to get two with it. It's going to be the ultimates committed here, but it's going to be Noble still able to build up some sort of ult progress despite Mudkip throwing in that Coalescence.
And it seems like those three ultimate abilities that we saw from Noble might be a lot to take, but we have to just make sure they have a poke damage coming through now to take the advantage again, because Anteiku is going to have that EMP now. The duplicate ults are coming through, and that's all they need to get to the 100%. They're going to put pressure into points.
Certainly going to be trying to the hack coming out from Anteiku, the EMP rather, going to be landing on to 3, ensuring that those 3 cannot do as much as they need. Viz with this Silver trying to take down the Diva, will find it with the butt of that SMG. We now see Viz leaning in once again, the duplicate coming out from Delilah on that Diva. Build up a self-destruct as quick as possible by a little bit more space. Going to be Anteiku who does get the flip, and now Mudkip trying to stall out as much as possible, but there's only so much Moira can do. The Wrecking Ball in a very similar boat, and Odd now going to be the final member to feed themselves to the point, cleaned up in quick fashion. Overtime, they're going to slowly tick down, and this is going to be the first point going over to Anteiku.
100% for Anteiku, looking pretty good so far. The only time where we saw them struggling a little bit was when we were seeing a lot of the ultimate advantage coming from Noble. They knew how to capitalize out of this over and over again, but once they used those 4 ultimate abilities into that last fight, it was a very risky play. Yeah, they were able to get the kills, but Anteiku knew how to come back, how to take advantage of that, knowing that Noble didn't have anything to use. The minefield was used, the self-destruct, and everything that you can need to protect yourself to get a few kills was used. So this is one of the mistakes that we can see from this team already. But overall, when they were having the ultimate economy, that's when they were benefiting the most. So I want to see this from them again.
I certainly do. And the question you have when you talk about, teams using so many ultimates in one fight when they need to kind of hold on to them moving forward is it just a problem of bad communication, or did they perhaps get a bit panicked? There's a couple of different things you could probably attribute to Noble there that, it can vastly change their attitude that they, or like the focus that they need to have on their perhaps flaws going into these next couple of matches. And I'm curious to see how they build upon it based on those few mistakes.
Yeah, definitely, because there is a lot of initiation tools that you can take, but you just need to decide which ones are you going to use first and which ones are you going to use into the next fight. So the minefield was a great idea along with the EMP, but also there are many other things that you can use, including that self-destruct for Diva that you could have saved and used after. So a lot of opportunities for teams to really figure that out. But now we're coming into the next map, we're going into Garden, and yet another opportunity if Noble wants to take the advantage here.
As we see now, it's going to be Noble trying to push up, but they route themselves through the little hut off to the side near cliffs. As now, it's already a lot of damage being pushed in from Anteiku. Noble eventually making their way onto point. They're going to get nestled in nice and comfy, making it a little bit more difficult perhaps for Anteiku to push in, especially considering Delilah going to be taken down on that Echo. It's going to mitigate the threat and aggression coming in from Anteiku.
But Novo once again takes the first initiation, but the fight is not over. They have to push forward exactly like we see this dive position doing. Micah creating a lot of space along with Odd. This is the way that they have to win. Kami making sure that he's also enabling enough space for his team, while also playing this very, very slow, making sure no one gets picked.
You see the hack going on to Mikey, has to cut those LOSs just to avoid being taken down. However, the rest of Noble is there to back up the Wrecking Ball. Will attempt to go for that health pack, but sees its hack, backs up, tries to regroup with their team. It's now going to be Malfo trying to get that pulse bomb up and out, perhaps trying to find their next appropriate target. Mudkip throwing in the coalescence to try to try to deal that damage, heal their team, but they're going to heal the team. Pascal's going to come out with the Transcendence. A huge amount of healing that can be done, keeping Anteiku in this fight. Now a big EMP coming in from Biz, who's kept alive by that Transcendence. Going to help to put Noble into the ground. Going to be a little bit of stall out coming from Mudkip on that Moira, but not enough.
Huge EMP that we just saw from Biz was able to get all 6 members for Noble, and just like that, Anteiku is able to take the advantage to get some percentage for themselves. The ultimate economy for them as well is going really well, and that was a tough spot for Noble to be in, just because Fishcake didn't really quite have a sound barrier to keep everyone alive. Mudkip also didn't have this ultimate that coalescence, so it was really, really hard to try to make something happen to try to keep his team alive. They know they have the tools, and Anteiku will be taking the advantage here.
It's going to be Delilah getting the early duplicate onto that Tracer, looking for the pulse bomb. It goes out. Doesn't find a whole lot, but it does find Fishcake. No more sound barrier on the board. Crucial here if Noble wanted to make this a long fight and really try to resilient their way through it. Not going to be able to this time around. And now see Anteiku continuing to hold this point presence as Noble tiptoes out.
And they will be getting as much percentage as the side of Noble had before, but in the meantime, during that poke session that we just saw, Noble was able to get a few ultimate abilities for themselves for the next fight. The coalescence to start it off would be ideal for them, knowing the Vega is not even close to getting that rally.
We do see Mudkip throw in that coalescence, an early start. A big pulse bomb comes out, lands onto Dusk, but deals quite a bit of damage to Biz. Now it's a self-destruct coming in from Dusk, trying to clear the field for Anteiku just a little bit. Noble, however, still has manpower. That is until Malfo dies on that Tracer. We do now see Noble suffering a little bit for manpower, especially as we see the tanks of Anteiku healing for one another. Steam Bomb going to go in deep from the back. EMP coming out from Biz doesn't land on a whole lot. Does prompt out the sound barrier from Fishcake. However, a little bit of call and response there. And Anteiku still favoring this as they are building up that progress continuously. 85% and upwards as now. Looks like Anteiku is finally going to wipe the remaining team members away.
They'll be cleaning it up, and this is a very unfortunate situation for Noble. 90% for the side of Anteiku, and something has to happen. Mudkip is about to have the coalescence again, but before, when he was able to get one pick, it was really hard to capitalize out of it. Now the second will come through, but will it be enough?
Well, that's certainly going to be a question we look to get answered here, Dryad, as now Anteiku starts by leading in with the kill onto Mikey the D-Mech onto Odd. A great opportunity, knowing that there's not much tanking capability from Noble, but anybody needs to stand on the point. The EMP comes out and Petal tries to make themselves the one, but they cannot. They too will fall. And with that, Anteiku begins to take successfully takes the first map of Lijiang.
A lot of dominance that we saw from Anteiku just now, and Noble was looking pretty close. They knew how to make the first engagements and to how to make it even, but when they had to recontest, that's when they were struggling the most. And this is one of the cases that we see a lot for a lot of teams in control maps, where they're really good at taking point at taking that first fight, really knowing, but when the ultimate economy is benefiting the defenders of the point, that's when it gets a little bit more challenging. And once again, I think it's just a matter of the map maybe not really benefiting the style that Noble wanted to play, but it's definitely possible for them to bring it back. And Anteiku, in the meantime, they're looking really strong.
So far, Anteiku putting up a good showing. Noble not getting wiped completely off the board. They did get some point progress on both those maps, but it wasn't that 99 to 100. It wasn't the full 3 maps that we would have hoped to see with teams, being in this kind of a high stakes situation for the scoreline of either side.
And it just happens again because Anteiku, once again, has a very, very good understanding of the meta, of the composition that they want to play. They know exactly how to make those engagements, and that's what's benefiting them so much over and over again. In the meantime, Noble, it might be a matter of miscommunication. This is a team that the roster that they have right now happened very, very recently, so it could be just something that they need to adapt to coming into the future maps.
We'll certainly see if that adaptation is going to come to some result here, as I do believe it is going to be Rialto that is on our next map list. We saw it a little bit earlier today, taking it to the cool, clean waters of Rialto. Are the waters cool and clean down in the runny rivers of Rialto? I actually don't know. They run boats through there, so I imagine it might not be the cleanest.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of heroes jumping there, so it seems like it's clean. At least they're able to come back to back, so it should be fine. But in the meantime, the difference between the maps that we see being played for these teams, it's just so important to really figure out the composition. Not only what's meta in general, which is a lot of that wrecking ball, but also taking into account the importance of the meta in every specific map. So for example, when we have here Rialto, I do like seeing the snipers coming through, and now it might be one of the risky plays that some teams decide to take, but if you are confident on your DPS, you're able to capitalize out of this over and over again. And we already see the composition that the side of Noble is going to be running. They're going to be running more of the brawl DPS and then a dive style for the tank lineup. So it should be really interesting to see how these two come together, how they make it work. They should definitely have the speed, that ability to jump and to get this high ground that's so important in this map, in this first point especially, and take the advantage here. For the side of Maltho, he's going to be on that Reaper as well, so a lot of closure that's going to be needed for him and the side of Anteiku to try to take the advantage to build those death blossoms really early on.
We'll see exactly how that Reaper plays into this composition, as we don't see a whole lot of commonalities between these two teams as far as my count goes. It's just the Sombra. An early Dynamite coming in from Delilah, trying to perhaps get some big damage with that explosion, but the dive comes in very strong from Noble. Sinatra hopping right on in there, able to deal some severe damage with those shotguns.
You're talking about that closure, that's definitely what he's doing, getting those 2 kills very early on. And the respawn, feeling really confident for the side of Noble, knowing that they have to win this fight here. And if they're able to do so, that's going to delay more the side of Anteiku. So a deal situation for them, but in the meantime, a big challenge that they have is that Delilah is going to be on the Echo and no one really able to get her because the D.Va.
And it is going to be Malfo who goes down a little bit early. An unfortunate spot for Noble. However, they are holding so far forward. They will get a few more fights into it in first. A little bit of a contrast to holding in that first bend area that we see teams seem to favor so much. And Noble is going to get wiped here, but again, not the opportunity to come back.
Yeah, the reconsists might be coming through very early on, so this is a big opportunity. And not many teams decide to hold that close, but it's something that you should consider. It gives you a benefit just here, the same way that it happens in Havana. And in the meantime, Noble will try to come as soon as possible. They do have the ability, they have the speed, especially from Fish Cake, to do so, and they're here now.
Mikey going to be going in for a deep dive onto that D.Va. Eventually will be the D-Mech, but the card continuing to make its progress, not quite getting the contest that they wanted. Dami going to be rolling right head first into a Reaper, and Malpol has waiting arms for them and waiting shotguns.
Just like that, they will be taking control of the situation once again. They were struggling. They did lose that one fight, but once again, the recontest was possible. And now they look so much better with Mudkip and that coalescence coming through the death blossom, especially from the side of Maltho. They want to engage early on.
We do see Mudkip thrown in that coalescence, trying to force down that duplicate, or that Echo who has that duplicate online. And now we're seeing the Primal Rage come out. Fishcakes feeling the need to prompt that sound barrier. It is going to be the Bark up hills coming in for the side of Noble, or from the side of Noble. They do take a few losses, but they are able to regroup themselves far back enough on the point where they are able to regroup as a team, get those spawns back in. The whip shot going out onto Mikey, who just used that Primal Rage. A lot of hold charge given over to the enemy team. I say it every time the Winston comes out, you need to be careful. Now the D.Va Bomb comes in and Petal. In the meantime, going to be cleaning up 3 on that Sombra. So much opening coming in from the side of Noble. The distraction from Mikey really seems to have paid off despite feeding over all that hold charge.
And that was an unfortunate situation for the side of Anteiku. They were looking really good. They were able to play aggressive and force Noble all the way back. But just like that, because how long the fight took, Noble was able to make the comeback and to look pretty good. Now, once again, they will be holding this corner, and the payload keeps moving back. So ideal situation for them, especially because Malto is going to have the dead blossom again. That's all. In the meantime, once again, try to build that EMP. Ideal situation when there's only 1 minute left for the attackers.
And with Kami taken down early, that Wrecking Ball might be suffering a little bit for the rest of their team. And you see Mudkip with this coalescence. We'll see if they lean into it in this fight, Dryad.
and it's going to be a slow initiation. Anteiku needs to make sure that everyone is available. That EMP they're going to try to build because they have one last fight, one last opportunity. That EMP and that duplicate might be enough for them to win, but it's not going to be easy against Noble.
EMP does come out. Biz able to land onto 3. Mikey, Odd, Mudkip no longer able to use their abilities for the time being. Sinatra has that Death Blossom up, though needs to be very careful here if they want to drop it in this fight and hold at the last barrier. The Primal Rage comes out from Delilah in the duplicate form. EMP comes out, but Pascal not going to be caught out by it, able to pop the Transcendence, keep their team alive until the abilities come back online. Sinatra now has the Death Blossom without any response from that Transcendence. The question is, will they be able to bring it back onto point? Will they be able to use it to their advantage here? Skull gets taken down. That's Zenyatta not going to be able to apply the damage. They dig this cord orb onto their opposing team. That's taken down due to the Death Blossom coming in from Malphal. Looks like a matter of time before Anteiku will fall here. The Coalescence from Mudkip just to ensure everybody stays alive. And with that, again, looks like we're only going to be seeing the first points of Rialto.
And it's the second time that this happens for us today. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a possibility to go into the other part of the map. And that's unlucky because we wanted to see, once again, after that bridge and all the possibilities for the Wrecking Balls for the Lucius to try to book everyone off. But in the meantime, for this side of Noble, that was a really, really good defense that they were able to hold. Playing it very patiently, knowing that once one of them was taken down, they had to back up, they had to play it very carefully. Once they decided to commit, that was not going to benefit them. And Anteiku was just struggling because of this over and over again. Noble had a perfect positioning from beginning to end. And at the end, I was a little bit concerned because we saw Mikey got taken down and not having this main tank, not having this shield and this protection that you might give to the rest of the team. Not having it there is a little bit concerning, but they were able to just make that comeback with Odd throwing the Selfie Shark out the window. Back gets Petal, they gets Pascal, and they are able to do so in a really, really good way, consuming a lot of time and holding the spawn. So I think it's a really, really good possibility to see Anteiku just holding this very close. It seems like they are going to be playing a little bit more passive though in this corner, and with the composition that they have, they don't have a shield though, so Pascal might get taken down early on as well. A little peeling that has to happen from the side of Vig as well.
Now also be keeping an eye out throughout these fights for Petal to build up that EMP. If they're able to find out Pascal, well, that Zenyatta might as well be a sitting duck. Now, if you look at Noble on this attack, it's gonna be Malphal on the Reaper, once again creeping around the sides, sweeping up into the wings of this high building, perhaps looking for those juicy tank targets that Reaper can absolutely feast on. However, waiting for the coordination to come through from their team, the discipline looking very good so far from Noble as this card begins to make its first round, and already we can see Anteiku not going to be able to probably get as many fights as their opponents in Noble did. Might be looking at 1.5 if they're lucky, and Noble already taken down the Sombra from Anteiku. A good opportunity here. Nobody has to watch their backs for those hacks. No EMP can be built up, although already halfway for the side of Anteiku. And now somebody's gonna have to get onto cart, a dangerous proposition considering how far the cart has already moved, Ryan.
This is a very risky situation, and it seems like Noble will be taking the victory here. Everyone from the side of Anteiku doing everything that they can, but because of that position, it just meant that it was one last fight territory for them. They gave the side of Noble a lot of space, and just like that, they will be pushing the payload forward.
They certainly will, and the tanks have to be the ones to touch cart, but Malphal going to be waiting for them to get right onto point, and now with that, Noble taking this first point pretty breezy easy.
Very fast, only one fight that was needed from the side of the attackers to take the victory there. So they're looking pretty comfortable, 1-1. And another opportunity for Noble to have the confidence, that to have that momentum going that they need so bad to try to make it out of these trials. This is really, really important. Anteiku was doing really good on that control map, but now they were struggling so much. They didn't really know how to make the proper engagements and that affect them. And we were talking about Noble before, how strong they have of a team, and it was just a matter of that synergy going for them that would make the difference, and it definitely made a difference here.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. We are now once again all tied up as we go towards that halftime, so we will be taking a brief little break, letting the players recompose themselves, but stick around, we still got more action coming up.
Academy, they lay lay down the shatter. Let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Spirit Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
It asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de baja gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost. Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just what we're doing.
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the continuation of Anteiku versus Noble. They are tied up 1 apiece in what feels like it's kind of been the theme of tonight so far. Dryad, Rialto finishing after or before the first point. I mean, Noble looking a lot stronger there than they did on their control maps.
They were definitely looking stronger, and one of the differences that we saw between Noble and Anteiku on that map was the tank line always creating space, and we actually saw Mikey playing a little bit of the Winston, which is not necessarily part of the current meta and what of the tanks that are really strong right now. When we talk about the Wrecking Ball, the Sigma, the Diva, but the fact that Mikey decided to go with the Winston just allowed everyone to have also the extra protection from the shield and to play more the dive style that they needed to. They decided to play this really close, but also had the ability to go all the way back if necessary, like we saw them doing. So that was a really, really good job done by them. And for Anteiku, they didn't really have the protection that they needed. Those initiations were really, really hard to make, and we never really saw a combo of abilities that worked for them.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see if we see more of the style come through from Noble, where they have a very ebb and flow. They push and then draw back right when things start looking a little bit too hairy. A definite thing that Anteiku might be able to take advantage of, but I mean, it definitely looks very practiced from Noble. And when you have that kind of practice, it inclines me to think that you're generally, pretty good at it.
Definitely, that's one of the things that we need to take into account, and especially when we're going to the next map, that's going to be Volskaya Industries. And from what we've seen, it's very, very interesting to see how teams decide to play here. I wouldn't deny the possibility of seeing Mikey again playing that Winston. We've seen other teams pull it off a few times and it works really well. So the possibility for Noble, it's out there, having that Señata that we've talked about before as well, making sure that the Señata is going to work more as a bait, and if you have the rest of the composition being dive, having the Diva, having that Winston, and everyone being able to run to your Señata, protect him before he gets taken down, and you get value, you get a few kills for yourself, for your team. So that's something that I really would love to see. From what we're seeing on the side of defense, though, in the meantime, for Anteiku, they're going to be running that Wrecking Ball, the Diva, more of the meta that we were talking about. Pascal is going to be on that Señata. Vega is going to be on the Brigitte, so a lot of those heroes that you would expect to be played here, and the biggest advantage that is going to give them is maybe that Sombra having that EMP build very early on, but it's not going to be easy on this assault map.
It certainly might not be the easiest as compared to historic Volskaya, but we do see now side of Noble starting to come out of their spawn. Biz does get a little bit of ult charge with that SMG, not a whole bunch though, less than 10%. We're now seeing Noble push through, push ahead, trying to get some sort of positioning here. They're going to be taking that left route. At least the DPS and support look like they might be leaning that way, but no, they're going to instead switch to that front bunker to hold themselves, and now we're seeing them wrap around and underneath. A little bit indecisive from Noble, but they may be reacting to the positioning from Anteiku as now the Wrecking Ball comes to try to displace. Does a good job as the Winston and Diva both have to use their mobility. Now the Reaper caught in a dangerous mix here, but able to close the gap onto Vega, onto Pascal as well. Again, the support's taking it down from Anteiku. A good opening here if Noble is just able to keep continuous damage going onto the team. Can't really heal it up all that much. As well, point presence is going to be much more effective when your teammate can't out-heal you. We now see Noble taking up that point possession. It's going to be slowly ticking up. They do achieve that first tick.
And once again, they will be looking pretty good in this initiation for this side of Noble. They just need to make sure that they get this cleanup, and just like that, they will be taking that first point. Looking really good so far. And now Anteiku does have to make sure that they hold his defense. It's not going to be easy. I really like the job that we've seen from Noble so far. They just need to make sure to engage with the coalescence very early on, just like that. But Malthil does have to build at that bottom to get a few more picks to get more damage done. And just in order to do that, they need to get that full damage coming through. It's going to delay them a few more seconds when Biz does have the EMP.
Biz having the EMP might be crucial to counteract Mudkip's coalescence, especially since Fishcake not going to have the sound barrier that we usually like to see that Lucio counter with. It's going to be Malthil trying to tuck in right close enough. A little bit of touch to the spawn while the rest of Anteiku gets sent back there. Trying to get some point possession here. The first tick has been achieved, and now Noble has their win condition. They want to keep building it back up. They've gotten the second tick. EMP does come out. Sinatra, Odd, Mikey, Fishcake all hit by it. Now the Minefield's helping to clear out the point just a little bit. Mudkip's going to meander carefully into one of the mines. Sinatra takes down 2 with the Death Blossom, but may have been a bit preemptive as it was a little bit unrequired. It was not going to get much more progress for Noble.
Mouthful does get taken down using that Death Blossom, and he was a little bit of some extra ultimate abilities that they use at the end. They didn't really benefit them, but they still have another opportunity, especially because Anteiku is not going to be on the Sombra. Bethel does have that EMP to use early on, and just like that, using that EMP along with that self-destruct might be one of the best strategies that you can use on this point to get some value before anyone is able to run away. But Anteiku is preparing for this. They're taking the high ground.
We see Pascal get hit by the EMP, immediately taken down. Not going to be able to build up that Transcendence. We see Delilah go in with the Sombra duplicate of her own. Pop the Translocator, has to get out and away. Very close to that EMP. Might be able to get one of their own within the time of the duplicate. Does, in fact, lands onto 4, but doesn't connect onto Fishcake. Still have to be very careful as that Lucio drops the sound barrier, keeps everybody alive. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Noble are getting closer and closer towards their final bell. They are going to achieve it with 3 minutes and 42 left on the clock.
Looking really good here on Volskaya. 3 minutes 42 seconds. An ideal situation for this side of Noble. They're looking so much stronger compared to what we saw on the first map of Lijiang, where they were really struggling to make those initiations. But here, they knew exactly what they needed to use, that EMP. And then Mikey just jumping into the backline, getting the pick into the Señora was an ideal situation. It set them up for victory. You know, the biggest challenge that they're going to have is figuring out a way to also have a really strong defense. We were talking about how the Winston is so important here, how the Señora being on the high ground and serving as a bait could be an ideal situation for Noble. And Anteiku just looks a little bit lost compared to what we saw them doing before. So I do also want to see a little bit more aggression coming from them, making sure that they're able to capitalize out of the picks that the DPS are able to get, because we saw a few of them. Biz was having that EMP ready, went for the side of Pedal. They only had about 50%. So that's a big difference between being able to build this ability that's so important, and it just shows the skill that this DPS lineup has. So if they're able to capitalize out of this picks, out of this damage that comes through from them, that would be an ideal situation for Anteiku to get those first picks and then to push forward to take the first point.
We'll certainly see if Anteiku's gonna have that opportunity here. We do see Delilah on that Echo, able to fly a little bit higher, safe out of the reach of Malthol on that Reaper. Perhaps not from Odd on that Diva. However, now Anteiku gonna be rolling out of the spawn. It's Petal who's crouched in back, waiting for an early hack, waiting for some early damage to build up that EMP of their own. You see Anteiku slowly working their way around, sending the Echo in first, trying to just pepper in some spam damage onto the shields, onto the defense matrix of Noble. And right now, Noble is doing a good job of spotting them in this mid bunker, trying to really have a close presence to the point. They are going to be seeing that the high ground attempting to be taken by Anteiku. Pascal going to get caught out. Petal seeing their opportunity, absolutely going to take it. And already, first tick given over to the side of Anteiku. Dust burned down. Wrecking Ball quick to follow, but they do roll away. Use those adaptive shields as well to avoid all that damage coming in from Malthol. Not quite able to chase that Echo as much as they might like, but either way, Noble's going to hold it despite giving up that first hit.
And they do lose that one tick, but it wasn't looking too bad because they were able to get the support before that happened, so nothing else that could have been done for the side of Anteiku. Now they have to regroup. They're going to be a little bit more aggressive here because they know they have the advantages. They have to get 2 more, and Noble is very careful about their positioning.
It's going to be Noble who ends up staying on point, at least for a moment, but Anteiku so close to that second, they just haven't committed the manpower to actually flip it. It's going to be, as soon as they try to focus onto it, it's going to be the contest coming through. And you see Delilah with that duplicate on the line. Like they're just going to try to spam out the Lucio as possible. Can't quite hit their shots. Such an unfortunate error to be in. This take going to be walking away for the time being, at least until they go into the waiting arms of Pascal. And now with this, Anteiku ticks up that point, gets first, and 5 minutes on the board for him to get second.
And they almost have every ultimate ability that they could need to take second. They're looking pretty good, and the biggest counter that they're going to have is Petal with that EMP also coming through. So a lot of that watching, that scouting that D.Va needs to do, like we see doing right now, does do an amazing job. But in the meantime, it's just not going to be easy for the defense to hold here's Nike. Maybe also the best opportunity to engage, create a lot of space before Anteiku is able to push in.
Delilah going to be going in with a duplicate of the Sombra, perhaps trying to get an EMP, already spraying from behind. Gets hacked out, however, hit by an EMP of their own. Vega and Pascal both going to be prompting their support ultimates to keep teams alive. Does prevent Delilah from getting the EMP of their own. Odd throwing in the D.Va bomb, does get a couple. Now, Noble have the opportunity here to regroup, recompose themselves as we see Viz now taking a wrap around the back end, not able to find much, using a couple of tracer dashes to quickly reposition. Mikami take it down. Malfoy actually going for the Death Blossom, but does get shield bashed out of it. Not quite able to find as much benefit as they would like. Dusk going to be able to call back the mech though. The question is that going to matter? The manpower already leaking a little bit here for Anteiku. In fact, it's just going to be used to get away a little bit faster.
4 ultimate abilities that were used by Anteiku there. They didn't get as much value as they wanted to, so that was an unfortunate situation for them. And just because of that, it was the duplicate that didn't really work out. The Sombra got hacked into the duplicate, and then it was just really hard to get value out of this. Noble, once again, has been doing the right steps towards making the initiation into the fight, and now they have the tools to use so again with the coalescence. They have to push forward very early on before anyone from the side of Anteiku is able to do those themselves.
We see Petal with that EMP online, ready and waiting for what they may be going on to. They go onto the high ground, throw out the EMP, takes down to the Brig. The Wrecking Ball all soon to follow, as there's not much that can be done to stop that damage from coming in clean. It's going to be Dusk and Viz throwing themselves off the map just for the quick regroup and to say hello to their buddies.
One of my favorite things to see so far is the coordination that Noble has into what ultimates to have. They know exactly what to use. That's why we saw Mudkip using the coalescence and Petal also using that EMP. And just like that, they were able to win the fight very quickly. Now, only 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining for the start of Anteiku. Still enough to have a few fights going on for them, but they need to capitalize out of the ultimates that they have. The duplicate from Delilah might be ideal here.
See if it can find anything. The D.Va bomb coming in from on high once again takes out Dusk, who goes into that baby form, burned out by Malfoy. Rather, let's see if it's trying to find the opening for the pulse. Bomb gets knocked back just a little bit by the boop from the Lucio. The rally from Vega going to be ensuring that this team has a little bit more armor to resist all that damage, particularly from Malfoy on that Reaper. So far, it looks like the kill's not quite going in favor of Noble as they need them to. 2 minutes left and a long fight ahead of them if they want to have any chance of contesting this, but it doesn't look like anybody's going to quite be able to. A few members hop on to the point, but you can only do so much, especially when you're getting so few kills. Sound barrier coming out from Fish Cakes gets stunned out, taken down immediately, providing no effect. Just under 2 minutes left on the board.
Sound barrier from Fish Cake actually wasn't able to protect the ones that were already on point. So just like that, they got taken down, and there was absolutely nothing else it could have done. From side of Anteiku, 1 minute 56 seconds remaining for them into this third round to make something happen. When we look at Noble, they're looking so much better, 3 minutes 42, but it doesn't really. It's not necessarily what gives them the victory, but how fast they make these fights go, because even when they only have 1 minute remaining, it's really a matter of making those initiations really get value, and that's something that Noble has been really good at. But also for the side of Anteiku, right at the end, they were looking really strong. When Noble was losing a few of their members, Anteiku knew how to capitalize out of this instantly, looking really good so far. But once again, they have another shot. Noble is going to be playing the D.Va and also the Winston. Once again, taking those high grounds, playing this very slow and making sure that this time they don't get that tick lost right at the beginning, because that gives Anteiku that confidence going to just push forward, to push the backline to take the advantage.
And of course, as we look towards Anteiku, they have that critical right around 2 minute mark, which is when we start to say that most ults will be able to cycle online. So opportunity to perhaps get quite a few ultimates in their pockets as they head towards those last few fights. However, Noble's certainly going to have many more chances on their attack. As now we look ahead, Anteiku walking it slowly through, sending in Delilah on that Echo to try to get some early damage. It's kind of what damage or effect they can get poking and prodding away at the opposing team. now going to be raining from on high with those standard blasts. Not able to find much with the cluster bombs either. You see Noble again holding up in this little bunker building, hoping they're going to be a little bit more proactive about defending the point, not letting the few ticks get away, considering that this is now a little bit more crucial. Gonna be Biz trying to get into the bunkers, deal a whole bunch of damage. Translocator immediately dealt with from Petal. I mean, going in big with the ground pound, gets hacked out though. Not able to be capitalized on, but for the moment that will take them out of the fight, unable to move up with their team. Pascal kind of put in a corner here, a very uncomfortable spot as Mikey and company continue to push through this small room. A great opportunity here. Noble took a long time for this fight. They gave up a tick. They're going to continue to give up a little bit of progress, but they're winning the war.
They're definitely doing so, and only 50 seconds remaining for the set of Anteiku. This means one less fight territory for them as they want to make something happen. That was an unfortunate spot for them to be in. Pascal got taken down immediately, and there was just a lot of damage coming through from that room. So now for the set of Noble, they have to play this very smart in the defense. They already lost one tick. They don't want to give any more for Anteiku, and playing in the slow ground would be ideal for this specific situation.
We do see the Coalescence on the line. Mudkip's going to activate it rather early on and take down Vega. Kami actually going to be building up some progress. Everybody from the side of Noble not quite focusing on the point. It's going to be Fishcake coming into touch. The very last moment does give up the second tick, but they've already cost their opponents quite a few members. As now it's all a question of can the Diva, or can the Echo, the Wrecking Ball, and the Tracer touch point. The Diva certainly will be able to. It's going to be Multiple trying to push up onto the Diva, but perhaps should have focused on the Wrecking Ball instead as Kami comes in, swings in big with the grappling hook, gets two knocked off. This might swing things a little bit in favor of Anteiku, perhaps giving them the pushback that they needed. So dangerous is this threat coming through. It's going to be Petal dropping the EMP, looking to get some sort of value, disable them, and capabilities coming through. Might be actually taking down the duplicate from Delilah, be preventing that Echo from finding too much with it, and Noble going to be starting to lose those respawns, at least in a much shorter fashion than Anteiku is, considering how close the respawn is for Anteiku, and it's only a matter of time, but eventually that first point will fall.
This is overtime though, so not much time remaining for the side of Anteiku. They do have a few ultimates that they can get really early on to work with that self-destruct and that pulse one, but they need to be effective. Only those 20 seconds remaining for them. One last fight territory. Noble used everything into the last fight.
They will still have to deal with the Pulse Bomb and the Diva Bomb, but the Sound Barrier going to be keeping them alive for the moment. Anteiku kind of backing off here. They don't have a lot of time to back off with. It's going to have to be Delilah or the Wrecking Ball. Kami making a touch. Going to be going in with the Diva, the pile driver from on high. Kami able to lock down enough members onto this point. The self-destruct comes in. A slow contest coming through. The tanks from Noble too far ahead, not able to keep up with the rest of their team, notably the supports. Mikey gets taken down. Mudkip now taking down the Diva. Sure to be demeched, and this looks good for Anteiku. They're able to get some progress. They had very little time in the bank, but they worked with what they had. No ultimates left on the board, but it doesn't look like they'll quite be needing them. That progress is going to keep ticking up. Nobody able to touch for the time being, but defense and the regroup is going to be there. It's going to be the Coalescence coming out. Sinatra still has that Death Blossom, drops it, doesn't find a whole lot with it, drives members away from a cart. But now Noble starting to cling back with some ultimates and kills of their own. Odd does eat the Pulse Mine from Biz. An excellent opportunity here. Both Wrecking Balls tile driving at the exact same time. Delilah dropping into Coalescence, the duplicated Moira coming in to keep their team up when nobody else shall. With this Anteiku finally able to pry away the victory.
Anteiku looking really good into that third round, and now Noble does get a shot. They have more time remaining compared to what Anteiku had, but it's not going to be easy if you're going to the Anteiku that we just saw. Vega was doing so good on that break, getting 4 kills at the end, and also getting it very early on, getting a few picks into Petal on the Sombra, knowing how to stun, get the kill immediately, enabling the team for victory. Doing so good in the support lineup for Anteiku. And in the meantime, Noble started to lose their momentum after they weren't really in the position to hold the point, and that's because they have that communication going for them and of that dive style that they like to play. But just because of that, we saw Kami on point was able to get 2 ticks before the fight even took place, and that made the whole difference because that meant that for Anteiku they only needed 1 more to take the advantage. That's exactly what they did. So a big challenge for Noble here. They have that good communication going on for them, the dive style that really benefits them. Mikey is really good at Winston, Odd is really good at a Diva, but the earlier that you can get those ultimate abilities, the better it's going to be for you, especially when you're already seeing on the side of the defense for Anteiku, Biz is going to be on that Sombra. And Pascal has also been doing really good for himself. He does get taken down immediately, he does get countered, but the damage that he's also able to put through is very, very important for his team.
And Noble certainly realizing what a valuable target that Zenyatta is going to be trying to capitalize it when possible, and finding limited success to it, I'd say, on the side of Anteiku. But now, as it is Noble's turn up to chalk, they will try to go on to this attack. They're wrapping up around the back end, trying to go up onto high. Very decisive coming through here from Noble. They're looking like they might make their way through the garage towards that Mega if they're able to get the hack onto it. An excellent opening here. Petal not going to quite be able to, as now we do see Biz hopping around on that Sombra from behind. Odd trying to keep their team up as the rotations come through. Rotations onto this opposing high ground, and the D.Va immediately getting D-Mexed. Dust not putting their team in a great spot, but it will have to be Anteiku trying to resurrect themselves from the ashes. Maybe Malco creeping up on to those supports, sees the Zenyatta, sees the backup, doesn't decide they want to fight into it. Instead, will just post up on that point, gets the first tick, and with that, it's slowly going to start building up towards that second. We're going to see some hair come through from Anteiku, who starts to contest, but Noble might push up a bit too aggressively here. We know that they tend to do this every once in a while, the ebbs and flows, but it costs them a member in Mudkip, and because of that now, they're not getting any point progress, they're not contesting the point, and they may have to go back all the way to spawn. Mikey is able to take down a Vega, but the respawns might come through from Anteiku just in time. Now, once again, that point progress starts ticking up. The question is, will it tick up towards that second tick? We do see it eventually unlock. D.Va not able to contest in time. Dusk taken down. Now pushed back. Anteiku gonna have to try to recompose themselves here as the rest of Noble do push ahead, force out the translocation from Biz, and with that 2.5 minutes to get the final point cap.
A lot of time remaining for them, and they do have the ultimate abilities to do so. Petal is going to be once again having that EMP, and Malfa is also going to be having that Blossom, so a lot of engagement very early on, especially for Mudkip on the call that he's pushing everyone all the way back. They want to win now.
Yeah, first tick already achieved here for the side of Noble. They still have the EMP. As soon as somebody hops on, they might be able to activate it, but Biz activating an EMP of their own, taking Petal down, making sure that Noble now has no recourse for EMP, for electronic warfare if you prefer. Odd getting hacked out. They're going to know that self-destruct is online, even if Odd won't be able to use it.
They do lose a fight, but they're able to get 2 ticks, so they just need 1 more. And the main thing is that EMP wasn't used before. They're going to be having that primary rage, they're going to be having the self-destruct. Everything that they need for victory is there. And it was mainly because Anteiku didn't seem to be prepared for that push. They weren't really expecting it to happen so fast. No one was positioned on the high ground like they should have. And it just was a matter of time before everyone was taken down. So that was a really good engagement from Noble. I do want to see it happening again.
We do see the EMP come out, Transcendence in response. Death Blossom tries to come out from Malfo, but it doesn't net a whole lot. Fishkick throwing in the sound barrier to try to keep their team alive, but they need to start getting some kills. Keeping them alive is not enough. But maybe D.Va going to be forcing out the self-destruct. Takes down Fishcake. This doesn't look like the fight is quite going the way Noble wanted it to. They invested pretty much every single ultimate they had in the bank. Not able to walk away with any victories, and worse off, Anteiku now have the duplicate and the EMP.
1 minute remaining for them, and like you mentioned, they used pretty much everything that they had for this Noble. Now this is a very tough spot to come in when you have absolutely nothing that can benefit you, and you're walking into an EMP, you're walking into a duplicate. There's a lot of pressure that's going to be put from the side of Anteiku with only 40 seconds remaining. They need to get a few picks early on, and it's not going to be easy.
Certainly will not with Biz waiting with that EMP in pocket. Activates it, everybody but Mikey gets hit by it. Sinatra able to take down 1, but that might not be enough, especially since Delilah still has this duplicate on the line. Members from Noble are going to be falling like flies. They're trying to get a quick regroup.
Doesn't seem like it's going to happen though. Only those 15 seconds remaining approximately for the side of Noble. Can they even touch? It's going to be all those fast heroes trying to make it happen. But once again, they're walking into a lot of those ultimate abilities from the side of Anteiku. The Dope is still ready. That Minefield to create space into point. Doesn't seem like it's going to be easy for them.
Minefield will make it there. Gonna finally be a delicate touch in overtime, but Mudkip gets taken down. We do see the duplicate come out. Sombra, now twin Sombras for the side of Anteiku, trying to build up that EMP as much as possible. Delilah able to have it in pocket, so does Petal. Which one activates it? Delilah activates it and cleans up big on the board.
Really, really good cleanup from Anteiku. They will be taking this map. They will be taking Volskaya Industries. Looking really good. Holding that defense is not easy, especially with the ultimate economy that we saw Noble had at the beginning. But they weren't really able to capitalize out of it. They got taken down one by one. We never really saw them, all 6 members, trying to get some value. Everyone was countering the enemy, the support lineup really well from the side of Noble. And just like that, we're in match point and Anteiku taking the advantage.
And Noble on that last fight, or on the 6 ult fight, looked just a little bit too hungry. They popped that EMP, but didn't keep in mind that the Zenyatta was not within range of it. And because of that, Transcendence comes out, keeps everybody alive, and then just out of frustration, it seems like Noble wasn't able to compose themselves. However, we are going to be taking a brief little break. So stick around, folks. Continuation of this match coming at you soon.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh, no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot. No way, dude. Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
It asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha debajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
And we are back in the action. Dryad and Anteiku 2 up over their opponents, Noble. They have a scoreline of 2-1 right now. We are going to be looking into our 4th map. And you think Anteiku run away with it off this map, or do you think Noble starts to strike back a little bit?
Anteiku definitely has the momentum going for them, but it's not going to be easy. Noble is definitely going to put up a fight here in Hollywood, and that's going to be really, really interesting to see. If they want to play a little bit more aggressive, this is the time to do so for the side of Noble. And they have those really good initiations, really good rotations that we've seen over and over again. But after they lose the momentum, they're not really able to make that comeback. So I do want to see it happening now.
It's curious, right? If you compare the 2 map types, right? Because we're going into that hybrid style map, right? Noble did real well on Rialto, where it was the escort style map, and Anteiku obviously coming up a little bit more victorious in Volskaya. So when we put those 2 map types together, I'm anxious to see which team's going to come out better when they have to experience, both ends of that stick.
Definitely a little bit of a mix of both maps, and it all really starts into try to take control of the first point before the payload starts moving. That's so important, and sometimes teams decide to make rotations that don't really benefit the defense of the point. But once you have that, if you're able to hold that point onto defense, you have all the confidence going on into the attack. So this is something that I want to see, especially from the side of Noble, where they're playing more of that rotation, taking those early engagements on the defense. That would give them the advantage here. But once again, Anteiku sometimes has some moments where the DPS lineup is able to really, really capitalize on any positional mistake from Noble.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the case. Definitely something that I think we need to keep our eyes on as we look ahead. Now, I guess we can talk about kind of the map composition here. There's a lot of high ground that can be taken advantage of as we look towards that Hollywood map, I guess, map rotation. Do you think that that's something that kind of comes into play? I know we've been seeing a lot of it, but in terms of like something like an Ashe or a Widowmaker, do you think we see that more towards or away from?
It's definitely one of the possibilities that we can put, but for this side of Noble, I don't see it happening a lot. Maybe an Ashe would be one of the picks that one of the DPS would decide to go with. But overall, they seem very, very comfortable running that dive, and it's worked so far. Besides, sometimes for the ultimate economy, it's not looking very beneficial to them. So that's the only thing that I would point out that I would want to see. But for Anteiku, they're the ones who have made the better and the bigger changes coming into the composition. So it is more likely to expect from them, especially on the side of the defense, one of those hit scans, maybe a soldier, maybe an Ashe that's able to put more damage, put more pressure into the backline.
And when we talk about that highly rotational style, I just realized Noble might not be able to take full advantage of that, given how much high ground, how much effort it takes to get onto that high ground. They may not be able to have that vertical mobility each and every time they want to reposition, which they seem very fond to do.
Yeah, definitely. And just like that, they will be starting with that engagement, though. So it is not going to be easy for the side of Anteiku to try to figure out what the dive composition that we already see from Noble and the defense, exactly what we are expecting from them. We do have a pause.
Now, a little bit of a pause screen, 30 seconds in, so not going to be costing too much if there are any disconnections or something like that. Usually we talk about, anybody disconnects, it's sometimes so crucial because they'll lose their ultimate status. They'll be sent back to spawn. But here, when, you're just getting fresh into the map, not as big a backbreaker as it might be otherwise.
And another thing is for these two teams, it seems like they already have prepared what they want to play today. They're not really playing to counter each other and making those adaptation changes unless it's absolutely necessary. So we're not going to be seeing, or if I already saw them, you're not going to see them going into their spawn again and changing what they were playing before. And we already had a peek of the defense where it's a dive style once again, taking the Hagar into first point. I think Noble does have a really big shot in trying to hold the defense for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Noble seems like one of those teams that, yes, dive seems very meta, but even then, Noble just seems comfortable, even if it wasn't. Like if it was one of those mythical metas where everything's kind of even, every composition is the same. It still feels like Noble would have some value there. See if they can find it this time around, though, as now, again, they will be on that defense. It'll be Malcolm, aka that's the Nashra username. Will be posting up on that Reaper, ready to catch anybody that might get a little bit too antsy from Anteiku, a little bit too aggressive onto that point. However, Anteiku able to get onto point. Noble kind of hopping into the back here. They're surrendering a lot of point progress, and Dusk is content to be this target for them. Looks like Noble kind of getting too far ahead of themselves. They're giving up 2 ticks already. A little bit of a risky play here, knowing that they can't give up another one. That is if they even survive at this onslaught. Mudkip does fall. A lot of healing gone now for Noble. They may have shot themselves a little bit in the foot here, as now they're jumping in once again towards that opposing spawn, but of course it's to find this body of Pascal dead and taken out. He is now side of Noble trying to restabilize. They're finding some success here, and it's looking a little bit grim, but the strike back from Anteiku is going to be real. Looking to get some more point progress. The hack onto the Dusk goes through. Question is, will it be enough to get any sort of benefit for Noble? The Coalescence ready to go from Mudkip. Do they use it here? They do invest it. They have to be very careful of staying away from that break. One stun will stop them, but also an EMP will stop you mid-Coalescence if you like. As we see, it's going to be Petal taken down. Had that EMP still in their pocket, so very unfortunate spot. Sinatra not able to get as tucked in as they need to really start dealing the damage. In fact, funneled into this small cafe. That's going to be where Noble halts here.
One of the highlights that we can see from the side of Noble is that they are very good at being patient and taking those rotations all together, having that trust in the team. But because of that, they are risking the point, which at the end of the day, that's how the enemy team is going to win and how they're going to take the advantage. That's exactly what happened. They were able to get 2 ticks before the fight even started. And it's not the first time that we see this. We already saw it in other maps. We saw it in Volskaya. But Noble does have the ultimate ability to strip before that EMP will start it off.
EMP does start off. Pascal throws in the Transcendence, but isn't able to save their team. Delilah and Kami both going to be taken down. No minefields available this time around. Noble able to retain the rest of their ults. Some good conservation there.
There's still a lot of time remaining for the side of Anteiku. They're going to play this very, very carefully, and that EMP that was used forces everyone all the way back. They get taken down, and now Mikey once again does have that primary rate to use early on. If they are able to land it, if they're able to go into the back and get a few picks, that would be ideal for this team. But in the meantime, the payload's moving.
And this seems to be an issue for Noble. They get aggressive, they get real aggressive, but they just kind of forget the objectives at times. And because of that, you're going to be seeing the cart make a little bit of progress. It's going to be Muffle trying to regroup with the rest of their team. And now Anteiku does back off, content in getting the little bit of progress they have, but Noble's not going to let them be content as the Coalescence comes out. Mudkip's now pushing the advantage, but this still hanging around that cart. You can't let this Sombra get the better of you. Looks like the boot from the Lucia will force her away.
Yeah, these are casting one from the side of the defenders, making sure that the payload is not moving. It gets moving not even because Anteiku is winning the fights, but because there's no one looking at the side. There's something that they need to be a little bit more aware of, and especially because Biz does have that EMP, they will be trying to push forward, they will be trying to win the next fight and properly moving the payload themselves. But in the meantime, Lasso does have that blossom to push forward before that even happens.
The question is, will they be caught up by the EMP before they can use it? Malthol, again, can do a huge amount of damage if they're able to find it. We do see Biz hanging around that cart, debating whether they want to get some more progress on it. I can't say I blame them. Minefields are going to come out from Akami with the adaptive shield, keeping them alive for just a little bit longer. Not necessary. They didn't take a whole heap of damage. Now it's going to be Petal trying to burn down, build up an EMP of their own, but Noble holding steady for the time being, not giving up too much to Anteiku. Very good. Here's Sinatra, Mouthful rather, going to be looking down towards those support players, noting that they're a little bit far from the rest of their team, but he can't quite close the gap himself.
And once again, a lot of action that will be going on. The duplicate will be coming through, but turns into Sombra. Another first time that we see this, and last time they weren't able to really capitalize on this. They have to get a few picks for both sides, and the payload keeps moving.
Delilah going to be dropping the EMP. It just hits odd, but that's all they really needed it to hit with the duplicate. Sometimes you just get that free EMP from the free duplicate. Now Biz going in with the EMP of their own. Going to be invisible. Looking to drop it from on high. Too close. Hits it big. Hits 3. It's going to be Fish Cake, however, having the response here. Ready to drop the sound barrier of their own Pascal. But the Transcendence of their own, both EMPs getting answered by the support ultimate in time. It's going to be odd. Throwing in the Diva self-destruct. Not quite able to find too much. However, Mouthful able to find the D-Back onto Dusk, so that Matrix no longer going to be on the field. Not as big a team player in this one. We still see that Sombra leading quite by the chin. Viz being very aggressive here with that Sombra. And get some damage in with the SMG. Perhaps build up another EMP. Not as fast as their opponent in Petal, however.
a lot of time that has been consumed, and the side of Noble is looking pretty good on the defense. That EMP is going to be ready for the last fight territory that we're getting close to. Only 40 seconds remaining, and Anteiku does have some ultimate abilities for themselves. A duplicate that will be coming through. That's a really good way to start it, though. Pascal does take down Odd. There's a few seconds we're not going to be redeemed.
So you see the Coalescence come out. Pascal taken down immediately, as is the other support in Vega. A great opening here from Noble. They cost Mikey, but they are able to buy 2-3 kills off the back end of it alone. Now it's just going to be 15 seconds left for anybody to touch.
They clean this up very, very fast, so that means that the recontest will be coming through once again from the side of Anteiku. A few ultimate abilities that were used before, but now the duplicate's ready. That self-destruct as well from the side of Dawson. One last opportunity for them to make something happen.
Gonna be the touch coming in from Kami, but they're taken down. Gonna be Delilah coming in with the Winston, not going for the punch, but instead going for the stall. The Diva self-destruct coming on the line. Malphal able to use that rage form just to survive a little bit. Now the Primal Rage gonna be juggling somebody inside the jail. It's gonna be the Lucio, eventually taking them down. Fishcake, not long for this world. And Delilah coming out of that duplicate form right in the midst of things, getting tased down just a little bit, but Mikey not able to deal the damage, not able to pop the Primal Rage either as they get taken down. Card's gonna continue to move here for the side of Anteiku.
Over time, and we might be seeing some recontests happening for the side of Noble, but everyone was taken down. That is not going to be easy. Maybe Fish can make it. Once again, a lot of pressure that this team have. They don't want to let the payload move even more.
Well, the payload will be making it towards that second point. Biz, once again, with the pulse mine in pocket. Ready to throw it on whoever might be a suspecting member. The EMP does come out from Noble, though, a very early EMP in terms of that positioning. Able to take down the 3 caught in it, but Noble not able to find much more than that.
They do get the picks, though, so only 1 minute remaining again for the set of Anteiku to make something happen in this third part of the map. And it's not going to be easy knowing how aggressive Noble is deciding to play. They do have this tank ultimates to work with, the Coalescence that will be initiating, but Delilah does get taken down by Malto.
We are going to be seeing now the support ultimates come in duplicate from Noble. It's going to be the Sound Barrier and the Coalescence at the same time. Not a huge threat really coming through there, except for maybe the rally from Vega. Might not have been the most necessary ult commitment. It's going to be the self-destruct from Odd to buy a bit of space, make it a little bit more hesitant for Anteiku to come in through this point. But still, they're just slowly building up their ultimates while Noble seem to be funneling theirs into what was basically a seemingly ineffective fight. The Death Blossom coming in from on high. Gonna be Sinatra getting 2. I might have spoken a bit too early. It's gonna be the ultimates now finding some sort of benefit for Noble. Primal Rage coming out from Mikey. Might buy a bit of space, a bit of time, but that Winston not gonna be too intent on staying right on card, instead going in towards that backline that they're so fond of. However, it's not gonna prevent the side of Anteiku from getting these kills, and instead they're gonna be getting some more card progress as well.
Over time, with Petal does have that EMP, they have to regroup as soon as possible for the set of Noble. They don't want to let the payload push forward after this corner. Everyone needs to be together. That EMP might be ideal for them, along with the call that is coming from Market to push everyone all the way back. But Pascal needs to protect himself. The Transcendence needs to come through to keep the team alive for that EMP. Will he be able to do so?
The EMP, it does come on. The line takes down 2. Gonna be Malphal closing the gap, able to get a kill onto Vega as well. The Pulse Bomb tries to come out from Biz. Tracer not able to find too much. Quickly taken down, however. And despite being in overtime, Anteiku got the cart, still moved quite a ways away.
Definitely, they didn't quite get that third point like they wanted to, but they get more than 2, and they were stuck into the second part for a long time, mostly because of that really good positioning that we saw from Noble. But now a big opportunity for Noble to try to make something happen. We already saw it happening in Rialto, where Anteiku wasn't able to push the payload forward, and now this might be just another case for them to try to make it to the 2-2. Yeah, we're on match point, and Anteiku doing really good, but Noble has also been doing really good in this defense. And once again, we just need to highlight that communication, that trust that this team seems to have for each other, where everyone is jumping together into the backline. Everyone is trying to take down Pascal. Everyone's trying to take down Vega, and it works out. And the only thing that I would point out in this specific point is making sure that the payload is something that they keep moving. It's very, very concerning when you see it happening over and over again. And this seems like Anteiku is really catching up to this, where they see that everyone is taking the fight in the front. They're playing very aggressive into Anteiku's backline. And we see Cammy, we see this sometimes, like, well, I'm just going to push forward. I'm going to move the payload myself. And that's exactly why they got some extra percentage there into that second point. So it's not going to be easy, but Noble does have that understanding, that synergy going for them to try to win here.
See if they are able to deliver. Looks like they may not be changing their DPS lineup too much. As we can see, Delilah and Anteiku going to be taken to the skies a little bit here. Not a huge surprise. Echo still very good on this patch. As now we lean ahead. Big difference in the supports, however. Zenyatta versus Lucio, Brig, Moira. As we look now, it's going to be the Wrecking Ball pile driver coming in from Cammy, trying to cause a bit of space disruption, perhaps. Make Noble panic a little bit. These might be a little bit more of a reactive team. We do see Noble trying to scout out, sending Petal in, looking for any opening they can find. Do try to creep in from under those offices. The dive now coordinated in from Noble as Anteiku diverts their attention for just a moment. They're able to get themselves nestled right onto point, but kills not quite coming through just yet. As I say that, though, Cammy gonna be taken down. Tried off the point, and now things are looking very good for Noble. They are so far on their way to a decent first point capture. They just need to keep up this momentum, keep up the pressure onto the few remaining members. Mikey continuing having eyes towards that high ground. Dives right on the Pascal. Vega as well soon to follow, and it's just going to be the Baby Diva left.
Just like that, they will be moving the payload forward in just a few seconds and looking really good for this side of Noble. They were able to build a lot of the ultimate percentage that they need to come into the next fight. Mudkip is going to have that call-ins to initiate, and yeah, like you mentioned before, there's a lot of differences on the support lineup for both teams. The Moira and the Lucio, more the dive support line. In the meantime, Anteiku just playing a little bit more passive with Pascal and Vega. That puts a lot of pressure into them to try to stay alive. Once they get taken down, they don't have already as much heals for each other as they would want to, so they just want to hold this high ground here, protecting themselves.
So keep an eye out for that Coalescence to come out from Mudkips, as well as the Transcendence from Pascal. They're going to be the most immediate ultimates on our field of vision. It's going to be the duplicate coming in from Delilah that actually starts this fight. However, it's going to be the EMP trying to be built up from the Echo duplicate. Not quite the case. Instead, it's going to be Noble backing off. Very wise here. They decide not to get too aggressive into that one. Instead, it will be the duplicate form taken down, courtesy of Mikey. Now, Noble carefully playing this underground area, allowing this card to just slowly move, perhaps waiting for that Primal Rage to be built up as well. Noble stockpiling quite a few ultimates of their own. EMP goes out right after the mine, just mitigating Kami's ultimate there in full. Pascal as well throwing in the Transcendence. It's not quite able to get as much as they really needed it to. Primal Rage now going to be used just to bully this Zenyatta back. Mikey, however, going a bit too deep, as it's a little bit characteristic sometimes for Noble. We do see them reassembling on the card, though, still getting some good progress and hopefully trying to hold here at this door. It's going to be the self-destructs coming through from both Divas, responded to by a sound barrier from a fish tank, trying to keep themselves online. Now, Death Blossom trying to find its own sort of purchase. Not really finding much, but does push the defenders away from the cart, else they take huge amounts of damage. Rally from Vega. Gonna not be finding too many other members except for the lone Brig herself. Now let's see, Odd using that Diva really bore their way through the opposing ranks, back onto the enemy Diva, which will result in Dusk getting D-mech tossed up into the air like a pizza. Now Mudkip gonna be the one claiming a little bit of lives for their own, as well building up very close towards that Coalescence. The question is, how long can this Reaper stall out for on the cart? Will it be long enough to get the respawns in? It looks like it certainly might be the case, Dryad.
Just like that, it seems like Noble is definitely taking the advantage here in a really, really long fight. There's so much time remaining for them to keep the victory here. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. A few kills that keep coming. Pascal does get a pick into Mudkip, but he also gets taken down. So you're not going to be having one of your supports for a few seconds. And this is still looking really good for the side of Noble. Mudkip, once he comes back, he's going to have that Coalescence to engage that EMP. We've seen them use this combo before, and this is what it worked. Only with 2 fights, they were able to take the second part of Hollywood. And it seems like that might be enough just to take the end of the victory here into the last part.
Minefield into a pile driver coming in from Kami. A big EMP coming in, landing onto 4. That is exactly what Noble needed. The shot in the arm is going to cause them to push ahead. It's going to be Fizz onto that Reaper, trying to buy some space of their own, but it doesn't look like they're quite able to play it to the degree that Malifaux putting down on the field right now. Going to be teleporting up, trying to perhaps intercept that Wrecking Ball. Does find them out. Kami able to roll away, but has to go back for a little bit more healing. And now it's just going to be the Diva who's able to touch card, gets hacked out. The Transcendence now forced out from Pascal, and it's not going to be anything to respond with from Sinatra's Death Blossom. The mine's going on the field as well. Sinatra drops that Death Blossom right ahead of the team, trying to really buy some sort of benefit. Although it's going to be Biz who tries to return with a flower of their own, not able to find anything. Instead, Mikey gets a couple of kills on this Wrecking Ball. We see Petal with the EMP, activates it, catches 3 with this. It's all but cleanup for Noble. Nobody able to touch for Anteiku, and now we're tied up 2-2.
2-2 Noble against Anteiku, and they're giving everything that they have to try to take the victory here. Both of the teams are so strong, and we can definitely see this happening over and over again. Now we're going into one last match for them to try to win, and like we mentioned, Noble 100% needs the victory, and they have to get the victory in Oasis.
And I mean, based off the way these games have been going, it feels like it could go either way, right? Honestly, it doesn't feel like Anteiku needs to perform. It just feels like Noble needs to prevent themselves from making mistakes, right? It seems like they get so tunnel vision sometimes that they just lose sight of what is most crucial to them in terms of the objective.
Yeah, I think it has to be a sort of a mix of both of the things that we see from these teams, where we talk about Noble having a really good positioning, we talk about their rotations, that synergy that you have going for them. And this is some Overwatch League level that we've seen before from this team, performing really, really well. But when it comes to other things that they have to take into account, sometimes they forget those are the small mistakes that they have to fix. And for the side of Anteiku, they struggle when they don't have the ultimate economy to benefit them. They seem to be a little bit more spread out. They're not really playing together, and that's what's really affecting them. So that's where in a 2-2, any of them can win. We know that the first control map was won by Anteiku, so that might give them a slight advantage here.
Well, you certainly like to think so. If you're a little bit of the historian, however, I think I tend to be a little bit of the optimist for the underdog Noble, not able to win their first control point. I think they can come back and bring it together, although I do think University might prove to be a little bit troublesome for them.
Yeah, it might be a little bit risky, so I'm curious to see if they're going to play another composition. Noble has been looking absolutely amazing on the dive. That Winston, the Diva, the Moira, and Lucio is very unusual to the meta that we see in their teams play, and the meta that Anteiku is trying to force into them. But regardless, they look really, really strong when they play this. They know how to make the engagements. Mikey has been such a key part into this team, always creating a lot of space for his team, and then also getting a few initial picks for himself. So he has looked really, really good as we expected. It's just a matter of making this happen into the next map.
Well, it looks like we won't have to deal with University, at least right at the start. And we'll be seeing both these teams coming out of the spawn here in just a few moments, and a little bit of variation between these teams, still running the dive-ish tank lineups, but it'll be Mouthful, again, continuing to stick to that Reaper. Seems like they really want to try to catch those tanks from Anteiku, and I can't blame them. Seems like they're finding some decent value when that happens. I do see Noble starting to wrap around. It looks like they want to debate taking that high ground, but Mikey's going to have the coordination with their team to see if they can land it here. As we do look ahead, gonna be some point presence already going in favor of Noble, and Anteiku deciding to opt into the high ground. Sinatra maintaining that high ground positioning. Again, the distraction coming through as now the tanks from Noble going to be diving up onto the high ground, and this is looking very scrimmy. Everybody seems to be fighting in a whole bunch of different places. The supports for Anteiku up onto the high, not able to give that healing from the Brig as widespread as they might like. For the rest of their team, it's going to be all on the Zenyatta's healing orb, the Harmony orb if you like, and the armor packs. The Coalescence comes out, but it's not enough to save Malfoy. Will be helping Mikey as they back away. Now we're going to be seeing the duplicate come out. It's going to be forward to Lila, who's able to build up a Primal Rage faster than the actual monkey she stole it from. As we see, it's going to be activated. It's going to be buying Anteiku a lot of space and going to give them some starting point progress.
They'll be taking the point right at the beginning, looking really good, making sure they're able to win the fight and take the right positioning here. Now Noble has a big challenge for them. We were talking before in that control map in Lijiang where they were struggling a lot to make that recontest happening. And this is the biggest challenge that they're going to face here. They need to see control. It might be with that EMP, but really good positioning that we already see from the side of Anteiku. If Vega isn't able to build the rally before that EMP comes through, that would be a key factor for Noble to make something happen.
You see the EMPs come out from both sides, 3 and 2 for Anteiku and Noble respectively. However, the sound barrier is going to be there for Noble. They're able to defend just a little bit better. Pascal has the Transcendence and drops it to keep Anteiku alive in kind. Noble starts by losing Mikey. Not a great start. We see the Echo taking to the skies. Delilah trying to pepper down the opposition of the team. Noble, it looks like they are going to succeed, and Anteiku continues to build up their progress.
They will be getting to the 45%, but still not too bad if you're on the side of Noble. You still have a few fights left. What matters now is to build those ultimate abilities that are going to be so important. That Coalescence to initiate once again essential, and this composition that they decide to force against Anteiku.
We do see Odd with the self-destruct might be able to buy a little bit of space, but a lot of opportunity to break some lines of sight here. Just taken down. It's going to be the Coalescence coming in once again from a Mudkip, trying to keep their team alive. The question is, will it be more successful this time around? We see Mouthful trying to push up onto Biz with that Reaper. Not going to be able to find much as that Slumber translocates away. And Anteiku still has members on point while Noble distracts themselves off onto that roadside. The EMP comes out as Noble pushes in. Biz taking it down, but Noble not able to use abilities. However, they are able to stabilize here as the healing comes through. Delilah building up another Primal Rage, going to be rocking the side of Noble all around left and right. Looks like the stun actually came out onto Mouthful as the Death Blossom was getting dropped. Looks like Noble has quite a bit of work still cut out for them. Dust hacked onto the high ground right in front of a Reaper's never spot. A Diva wants to be without her defense matrix. Now we do see Noble pushing ahead. They're starting to get some point progress towards this flip, but their opponent has 99.
They're finally able to take the point, but yeah, like you mentioned, 99% for the side of Anteiku in a very risky situation. I'm wondering if one of the strategies that we've seen before from the side of Anteiku is put Pascal, putting that Transcendence, playing a little bit more aggressive. He's been consistently good at this, but putting this Transcendence, getting value out of him, so I want to see it again. But Noble is playing forward, they want to win this fight.
Petal throws in the EMP, and Pascal responds with the Transcendence before it can connect. And here that Rialto is going to be saving pretty much their entire team. A rough expenditure for Noble that doesn't find them much of anything. They're going to be onto Mouthful to try to find something with this Death Blossom as they need to turn their numbers around rather immediately. There's only so much a Reaper can do though, especially when being zoned out by those mines. Noble going to have to be put into this small hallway. Roadside corner if you prefer. Zombie comes out for Fish Cake, keeps everybody up into the field. Now we're seeing Noble invest the ultimates that they have in any vain attempt to try and get this point flip. They do get it, but do they win the fight to retain it? It's going to certainly be the question here. Odd going to be able to almost remech, but it's going to be Delilah. Finds the opening and does get the kill. Now Anteiku opts into using a duplicate. Has that Winston once again ready to go, building up the Primal Rage, activates it, knocks away the side of Noble, who aren't able to get too many members left onto this point. It's going to be Petal getting cleaned up with that. Very questionable as to who's going to be able to remain. Mudkip throwing in the Coalescence can only do so much, get stunned out. Now you see Biz ready, waiting perhaps for some hack opening here. Hacks onto Odd, not able to get any self-destructs, but Odd didn't quite have that up anyway. As Anteiku gets these kills, overtime is going to start to burn down faster and faster, Dryad.
Everyone from the side of Noble just trying to touch point to make something happen for them, but unfortunately, it was going to be way too late. Anteiku will be taking the advantage here. They're looking pretty good. They just need one more map to take the victory. And once again, it was just a big highlight that we saw from that Zenyatta from Pascal. On the Zenyatta, making sure that he was able to pull the Transcendence to keep everyone alive. And then we saw a few picks coming from him. He took Mouthful down when he was using that Blossom, and then took Fish Cake when he was also playing a little bit more aggressive. This is essential and one of the keys that you want to see if you see a difference in compositions like it is right now. It's how much value you can get out of it, and Anteiku definitely coming up on top this time. For Noble, something has to happen. They are struggling a lot into making that engagement happen again for them.
Let's see if they can find it. Pascal might have a giant target on their back if Noble are able to realize their opening condition here. We do see instead the dive coming out from Noble. This is a tough spot to play on University. We'll see if they can find some sort of success with it though. Mikey certainly has their tasks written up for them. We see initially Noble hiding in these little hovels, the side area, not quite contesting points should it become unlocked, but ready to hop in as soon as possible. The dive tries to come through from Mikey, but doesn't manage to land onto a whole lot, especially not that Zenyatta that is, again, so crucial into this composition. It's going to be the Echo trying to contest points from on high, using that focusing beam to really put the hurt onto Mikey with that Winston. It's going to be initial point flip going over to Noble, but with Delilah taking down Mikey, that's a lot of point presence. It's going to now be gone. Pascal, again, charging up these shots, trying to rein them in. Got a few connect, but not enough. Not enough softballs to really strike out the pitcher here. As we can see, it's going to be Anteiku taking up some point presence, looking to lead in, and they are getting the few kills that they need, but they're not getting the point flip. This is great for Noble. They're able to buy quite a bit of time, already close to 25% off of what wasn't even a one-fight win. It's going to be Petal having the EMP for next fight, but we'll have to keep eyes out, as does Biz.
And it seems like there's absolutely nothing else they can do anymore. Anteiku will be taking the point again, but everyone trying to get a little bit more going on, but only 36 is what they get for now. For the next initiation, though, they're not looking too bad. That EP will be coming through for the side of Petal, and nothing else has been really able to get. But Anteiku does have everything that they need. We might see that counter EMP coming through for both sides, and this would be ideal for the side of Anteiku to take the advantage. They want to pass at 36. They want to get at least that 60% to feel confident in the last win.
You always want to be in the lead here, but Pascal getting hit by the EMP. It's going to be Vega trying to back them up, but not able to, as the rest of Noble able to push right onto that Zen. However, it's going to be Malfoy taking a little bit of abuse there coming through with that Tracer. It's now going to be Odd getting hacked out. Trace Diva not able to use her Matrix, and the Heart's going to start to be put on, building up towards that self-destruct, but has to leave before they can get it to full.
42 already for Anteiku, and they did use the ultimate advantage that they had before. So Noble does have a big shot here, but they have to make something happen. That self-destruct going into the backline might be ideal, but it's really hard to get a few picks with it. Might give us well the coalescence. Once again, anyone to make something happen before they get more percentage.
It does gonna throw in a little bit of zoning themselves with a Diva bomb. Not gonna find too much, but Kami now stuck in front lines all by themselves. Coalescence ends as the Sombra translocates away Anteiku. Not going to have that hack potential, but the stall-up's definitely going to come through in the form of Dusk. Going to be trying to use that Baby Diva to stand on point as long as possible. Now it's just going to be the supports and the Sombra trying to stay in the game for as long as Anteiku rather can have them stay around for. It's going to be Malfoy getting hacked out by that EMP, or standard hack rather. Taken it down in quick fashion, and Anteiku now looking very resilient on the point, managed to get it up to 85%.
Very similar scenario to what we saw before, but Noble is able to take control of the point. EMP ready for them as well for this. So one last fight territory. If Anteiku is able to win this, they have to play this very carefully for the side of Noble. They don't want to let the point go just yet. Playing very carefully, making sure they don't get picked. It's all they can ask for right now.
EMP goes out, lands onto 5, and finds the one that it didn't actually end up hitting Petal. Getting a big opportunity here. Anteiku has to take the back step, and it's exactly what they're going to do. Hold on to the rest of their rolls.
They will be getting to the 70% at least, so they're looking pretty comfortable, and the ultimate economy not looking too bad. Mikey, that we saw so much in the Winter before, is now on the Wrecking Ball. We'll be having the minefield to create a little bit more space that's necessary. If you can see Malto also hitting that post bomb, would be an ideal situation for them. They could be taking the victory here. They just have to dodge that EMP coming through.
Quite a lot of ultimates online for both sides. Transcendence coming out. The EMP now going to be coming out from Anteiku. The question is, do they have the follow-up? It looks like they certainly do. The self-destruct coming in buys Odd quite a bit of space, takes down Kami as well. A great opening there, but Noble not going to be able to use it as much as they might like. Point progress being flipped over towards Anteiku, but the sound barrier comes in. Fishcake able to tag in the rest of their team, keep them stalling out the point as much as they like, but apparently they don't like it too much, as now Anteiku ticking upwards of 90%. There has to be a last-minute touch from Noble.
One last opportunity that could happen. Both teams at the 90%. They're waiting for everyone to try to initiate here. They do have the percentage. They do have that EMP almost ready. They just have to go 3 seconds.
We do see the Coalescence come out from Mudkip in what might be the last fight for Noble of the night. Petal takes down the Wrecking Ball with the help of Odd. A great opening here now that the EMP is online. Drops it right into the face of Anteiku, but gets taken down by Biz. And the Transcendence didn't get caught out, so Pascal able to keep their team alive as well. Noble now getting torn asunder despite getting the presence on point. They just do not have the manpower to make it happen. The EMP not strong enough. Point is eventually going to get flipped. The hack onto the Wrecking Ball, onto Mikey. It's going to be canceling them out, taking them, putting them into the ground. Now it's all on the Moira. Now it's all on the Doomfist. Malfoy not able to make it happen. One by one, the sides of Nobles are tagging in and dying. And with that, Anteiku takes their 3rd point.
And what a performance from these two teams. At the end of the day, we do see Anteiku taking the victory. And we already had the hint that this might happen after they won their first control. A really, really good performance regardless. And I did like that Noble was forcing the dive style composition over and over again. It was really, really good, but it just wasn't enough that they needed to take the victory. Unfortunately, do have the right steps. They are making the changes. They already had a few changes in the roster, and it's working pretty well, but they don't have the advantage in getting the synergy build up that they need to. But so far, Anteiku, really good performance at the end. Everything that they needed was that Sombra to get that EMP, to get those hacks, then got 2 more kills, and that's all that you can ask for. That's how you take the victory.
That's certainly how Anteiku is going to end up taking this victory. However, before we go over to our interview, we are going to be taking a look at the standings and how perhaps these games might kind of play into that as we do take a little bit of a look here, Dryad.
Yeah, definitely. So on the top, you still see Uprising Academy looking pretty good, and the teams that we saw in the first matchup that we had the opportunity to cast, Last Hope and QARA, still not really in the top 3. Ideally, like you would want to have Last Hope. That did get that extra point, so it's an ideal situation for them in this Group A.
Yeah, both of these games, the Last Hope versus QARA, as well as the one we just witnessed, gonna be pretty brutal on all teams' map differential. You'd like to walk away with, a nice clean 3-0, giving yourself, that 3 points in the map diff. But I mean, just walking away at a 2-3, that's gonna be pretty much just adding one map for pretty much the most amount of games you could play.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems like this is what's giving them so much strength. A lot of people are talking about 200 MS and how strong they were looking. Once they rounds the roster, they've definitely had a few struggles that have happened. They have one victory, but they definitely need more. It's not going to be easy for this group.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot, right? I mean, if you're literally working with 200 milliseconds, it's going to be uncomfortable for any team. But that being said, all these teams going to definitely have their opportunities to kind of do their research, put their nose to the books. I'm sure their coaching staffs, their managers, all that kind of stuff will have the opportunity to kind of review with them, improve, and then maybe we'll see those teams kind of get stronger as we go through Group A.
Yeah, definitely. So that's a little bit of an insight of Group A. And now looking at Group B, the matches that we just saw, Drifters, as expected, one of the strongest teams in this group and top have won every single match so far. And the 2 matches that we just saw, Anteiku going against Novel. Anteiku still looking pretty strong with the map differential, making the biggest difference between that first and second spot. Anteiku still looking pretty comfortable. Novel's still in third, but there's a lot of matches that still have to go through for it to be a little bit more defined.
Yeah, a pretty now widening gap between Noble and Anteiku. So Noble going to be looking, from a distance at the Drifters Anteiku game, which we will be streaming tomorrow. So definitely a good one considering both have 4 wins and the map differential is going to be pretty close between these two. However, and is going to wrap it up. But before we do leave, we are going to be taking a quick little break and hopping back into an interview. So folks at home, make sure you stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to our conclusive interview. We are going to be having Dusk and Lila Day in the chat with us. So, folks, congratulations, first of all, on your victories.
Thank you.
Now, we do have a few questions here. Of course, it's an interview. You know how these things work. I'll go ahead and ask this first one to Dusk. We noticed that Noble had a very ebb and flow kind of style to them, where they would push very far ahead, perhaps to their detriment. As a tank player, kind of how do you cope with that, or were you able to manipulate that from your end?
I mean, to be honest, at first it completely caught me off guard, as you can see in the second map. Like, they kind of beat us really bad on that map. And to be honest, it is half on me to like adapt, but it's also on our supports. And as a team, we discussed that we're into kite better. We're into just play smarter overall in our positioning. Kind of that plan of play style.
Okay, certainly makes a little bit of sense there, if I'm being honest. Now, Lila Day, the question is going to be very similar to you. Given the ebb and flow style that your opponents had, did that kind of change your perception of what DPS would be most effective, or did you pretty much go in there with a plan and stick to it?
We had a set comp, so we just stuck to it and kind of changed how we rotated, and it worked out eventually.
Oh, cool.
Okay, and talking a little bit more of that composition, I do want to ask you directly, Dusk. How did you feel about always seeing that Winston D.Va coming from the side of Noble? It was something that they were forcing over and over again, and we know that's not necessarily meta. So, did you ever feel as a tank that you had to try to do the matchup, or were you ready to know that you had the better composition?
To me, it felt like we had the better composition. I didn't really have to match their tanks, to be honest. As long as I could keep my supports alive in the backline, I feel like sooner or later we would just slowly win the fight because we had more damage with the Discord and the Echo spam. So, like, I personally think that the other team's tanks are a lot better than me, but I never felt pressure having to match up against them. I just felt like I had to do my job and keep my my team alive and let them carry.
Yeah, definitely. And that was a really, really good job from the tank line, especially. Now, one of those questions that I have for Delilah. So I do want to ask you a little bit more about that general composition, how it goes for you as a DPS. How do you feel like your role plays into the current composition that keeps switching the meta, and teams still trying to define how they want to play? Is this something that you maybe have a hero pool of depending on the other team, or is it something that maybe you want to force a specific hero and make sure how much value you can get, especially when we're going against Noble that we already talked about, that we're playing the same composition from beginning to end?
Yeah, I think Echo's overall good against any comp. It's just sort of the play style you have to play with her. I had to play really aggressive against their 6-man, so that was the only change I really had made besides like poking wise.
Thank you very much, guys. We greatly appreciate it. Coming in here, answering a few questions. I know it's been a pretty long day for you, a pretty long, at least 5-game series, so we're not going to keep you too long. But before we let you go, we'll start with Lila Day, and then we'll go on to Dusk. Do you guys have any shout-outs you want to give?
Dusk is going to shout out everyone.
Okay.
All right, might take a while because there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone on our team. Like, everyone put in so much time and work. Shout out to all our coaching staff, like Careless, Alex, and Jay. They put in so much hours to help us like figure out what's good and everything like that, and the scouting. Shout out to our managers. Honestly, like we couldn't have like gotten better without like all the warm-ups and the tier 2 scrims back when we were tier 3. That helped us so much. And also like shout out to our like I guess content team. It just gives a extra bit of motivation to like show up and try harder.
Well, fantastic. Once again, thank you folks for coming in and joining us, answering a few of our questions, and just hanging out. But we will go ahead and let you guys sign off. I know it's been a long day for us. I can only imagine what it's been like for you guys. Thanks again. Now, with that, Dryad, we are about ready to close up our event here. It's been a long 2 sets of 5 map series, so we are very ready as we take a little bit look into the future. It's going to be tomorrow's schedule, Square One versus Last Hope at 3 p.m. Pacific. Anteiku versus Drifters, a high-octane game. I'm expecting at 5 p.m. Pacific. With that, folks, for all of us here at Elo Hell, we want to thank you for tuning in to Contenders Trials. We greatly appreciate it. We hope to see you next time, but until then, stay safe and take care, everybody.